Chapter 353. Lin Tian's expression changed. He immediately felt a huge pressure and even felt the threat of death. The sound of the saber became even more violent and terrifying. Lin Tian lowered his head and saw the ground shake. Broken sand rose into the sky inch by inch. This was a terrifying force. The man in black held the saber in one hand and pressed it down. Instantly, all the saber lights rushed toward him like lightning. Lin Tian was shocked. He stepped on the yin and yang row to dodge. However, the saber lights seemed to have their own consciousness. They followed him closely and even cut a crack in the space. Poof! There was a cut on his left arm, and he immediately felt an intense pain. Staring at the saber lights, he felt a special wave. It was definitely not a simple martial arts technique. This was a divine power. He quickly evaded and put away the supreme treasure sword. His hands formed an imprint, activating the desolate Great Mountain and the precious weapon Old Forest. After this, his hands became even heavier. A stone platform and a stone wall rushed out from behind him, suspending in the air. Boom! The moment the stone platform and stone wall appeared, a vast shock wave spread out, shattering the saber lights in the surroundings. The man in black was shocked, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. With a clang, the man unfolded the long saber in his hand. He closed in again, bringing the saber lights that filled the sky down. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The stone platform and stone wall above his head propped up the four symbols Taoist diagram. He swung his upper grade treasure sword again. Clang! 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 The two collided. Saber against sword, saber light against divine elephant. Terrifying waves spread out again and again. In the process, the light of true essence sputtered. The two of them left bloody marks on each other's bodies from time to time, and left punches on each other's bodies from time to time. However, their auras became more and more vigorous. Waves of tyrannical waves surged out. In the old forest, many birds and beasts were frightened and fled in unison. At the same time, outside the old forest, cultivators passed by. They were all shocked and looked in this direction. What's happening there? It seems like someone is fighting. This is such a powerful wave. Let's go take a look. Let's go. Soon, someone walked into the depths of the old forest. Not long after, some people arrived. They stared at the two people's battle, and all of them revealed shocked expressions. It's that Lin Tian. There's another person. Who is that person? So strong. Why are these two fighting together? Everyone was shocked. Lin Tian and the black-clothed man were locked in battle. Naturally, they had sensed the arrival of the crowd. However, their expressions did not change in the slightest. Their battle intent burned brightly. Their blade and sword collided continuously. The violent battle intent swept out in all directions. Clang! The black-robed man shook his long saber, and the dense saber light scattered out like billions of birds flapping their wings. Due to the power of the blade, the surrounding space shook and distorted as though it would shatter at the very next moment. This caused the cultivators who had rushed over from afar to feel a chill in their hearts. This blade intent was simply too terrifying. It was practically capable of breaking through anything. On the stone platform and stone wall above Lin Tian's head, the two words Dao Rin shone brightly, crushing everything. Buzz! The four symbols Dao diagram shook and annihilated all the saber light in the surroundings. In the next moment, the two of them charged together again. Their fists and feet collided, and their sabers and swords clashed. The ground shook involuntarily. Uft! His sword fell and slashed the black-clothed man's chest. However, at the same time, the black-clothed man's long saber also landed on his shoulder. If it were not for the divine elephant, his entire arm might have been cut off. However, their expressions did not change at all. On the contrary, Their eyes became even brighter and more resplendent. Clang! Clang! The sound of saber and sword rang out at the same time. Their clothes were stained with blood, and blood gushed out of their mouths. However, they both charged at each other ferociously. Saber light and sword shadows intertwined. The divine elephant and the saber Tao theurgy collided. It was not until dozens of breaths later that the two of them stopped. After a short confrontation, the old forest was covered in cracks. There was not a single intact piece of land within a radius of 100 feet. So terrifying. These two people, they're both king freaks. Two monsters. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Such terrifying combat power made everyone tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. Lin Tian panted heavily. His hand holding the long sword trembled slightly as he stared at the black-clothed man opposite him. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had always crushed those of the same level. Even if he fought with people who were 2 or 3 levels higher, he would not feel too much pressure. However, this black-clothed man had suppressed his cultivation to the same level as him, but it was so strenuous for him. After a round of confrontation, he was seriously injured several times and consumed half of his spiritual ether. Opposite him, the black-clothed man's mouth was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with shock. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, the shock in the man's eyes disappeared, and an even more terrifying aura rushed out. With a boom, the man's glabella shone brightly. Vaguely, a reddish-yellow land appeared. The land was filled with different sabers. There were broad sabers, long sabers, and broken sabers. Each saber emitted a terrifying chill. Lin Tian's expression changed. He felt pain all over his body. Spiritual sea phenomenon. He was shocked. The light from the black-clothed man's glabella supported a land of sabers. This was undoubtedly a spiritual sea phenomenon. At the same time, the cultivators who rushed over from afar also changed their expressions. They could not help but swallow their saliva. Clang! 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 The sabers clanged. The black-clothed man stared at the land of sabers and walked over. Dense sabers rose from the ground, shining with a cold light. In the next moment, the dense sabers vibrated and attacked Lin Tian together. Lin Tian felt pain between his glabella and hurriedly retreated. Light shone from his glabella and a lotus sea appeared. It was black and white, stirring yin and yang, and moved forward. Spiritual sea phenomenon, yin-yang lotus sea. The black-clothed man was moved, but his eyes became colder. More sabers rushed up and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's mind shook, and the yin-yang lotus sea shook. Dense lotus petals floated out and rushed forward. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. His lotus petals were blocked and could not be slashed out. At the same time, a saber descended from the sky and pressed down on him. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly, and he dodged quickly. As expected, his saber can block my yin-yang twin lotus, even though we're both spiritual sea phenomenons. He muttered to himself. Clang! 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 The sound of the saber was ear-piercing. The spiritual sea phenomenon above the black-clothed man's head was like a land of sabers, slashing everything in its path. Lin Tian's eyes shone with a bright light, and his battle blood boiled. The yin-yang lotus sea faced it directly. Walala! The sea of lotuses swayed gently as black and white lotuses rose into the air. Each lotus petal was like a divine weapon. This, so strong. Black and white, yin and yang intertwined. That Lin Tian actually knows such methods. That black-clothed man has a saber mountain above his head. He's like a saber god. They seem to be at the 8th level of the spiritual scene now, but their combat strength. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, even some of the powerful rogue cultivators at the 3rd level of the Zephyr realm couldn't help but be moved. Their hearts beat wildly, and a strong sense of powerlessness rose. These people felt that if they rushed over now, they would be killed instantly. What a monster! Some of the Zephyr Realm powerhouses smiled bitterly. In front of them, the saber trembled, and the Lotus Sea was full of power. The two different spiritual sea phenomenons collided, and the space shook. Both of their eyes were cold, like sabers and swords, and they rushed together again. Clang! 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 The spiritual sea phenomenons collided with each other, and the saber and sword in their hands were also constantly clashing. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood. His abdomen was pierced by a sharp saber light, and blood was flowing out. His eyes were cruel. He faced the saber light, and the long sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. The black-clothed man blocked with his long sword, but Lin Tian's fist arrived at the same time, landing firmly on his chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The black-clothed man also coughed up blood, and his clothes were torn. However, their eyes became sharper and colder. Two waves of tyrannical, true essence surged. In the blink of an eye, the two of them rushed together again, killing each other. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. Boom! True essence raged. The two figures collided, and then they were both sent flying. Lin Tian was covered in blood. His face was pale, and he was panting heavily. His true essence was almost exhausted, and the spiritual sea phenomenons were shattered. He could no longer hold on. On the other side, the black-clothed man was not much better. His clothes were torn, and his chest was dyed red with blood. It was obvious that his chest had caved in a little. His spiritual sea phenomenons had also dissipated. The two of them stared at each other, panting heavily. However, their eyes were sharper than a saber, sharper than a sword. Both of them are almost at their limits. Are they going to start the final battle now? It seems so. They only have the strength for one move. Many people swallowed their saliva and stared ahead, afraid to miss any details. A battle of this level was rare. It was almost comparable to a battle between young, heavenly venerables. Lin Tian took a deep breath. The treasure sword in his right hand vibrated, and the sword light flashed. The black-clothed man moved his right leg backward and raised his long saber. The sound of a saber rang out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out. The two of them attacked together, rushing toward each other. The sword in Lin Tian's hand was surrounded by flames. The sword light soared as he used the 9th stroke of the burning sun. However, in the next moment his expression changed. He withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. At the same time, the black-clothed man frowned and stopped in his tracks. Whoosh! 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 Almost at the same time, dozens of sharp arrows rushed from not far away, heading straight for Lin Tian's limbs. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, but his speed was extremely fast. He narrowly avoided the arrows. Your spiritual sense is really good. A mocking voice rang out. Dozens of figures walked out from not far away. The leader was a young man in fine clothes. He was extremely handsome and had a strong aura. Yu. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He recognized the young man in fine clothes. He was the one who had gambled alchemy skills with him at Wuji Gate not long ago. In the distance, the cultivators also recognized the group of people. They were all shocked. They seemed to be from the Shen family. The Shen family? The Shen family, one of the 3 major alchemist families? Yes, someone whispered. Chapter 354. Staring at Shen Yu's group, Lin Tian's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the Shen family would chase him all the way here. He naturally knew the purpose of the Shen family. Fortunately, I came here to take a look. Otherwise, I would have missed the best opportunity to suppress and capture you. Shen Yu sneered. Behind Shen Yu, dozens of people looked gloomy. They were all outstanding members of the younger generation of the Shen family. The Shen family is also chasing Lin Tian. Strange, why? Is it also for that weapon control technique? Many people whispered. Lin Tianwei's face was gloomy. He clenched the sword in his hand even tighter. After the battle with the black-clothed man, his current situation was very bad. His Zhen Yuan was less than 10%. The Shen family's arrival at this time made him feel a great sense of danger. However, he didn't show any worry on his face. I have already killed the 7 heroes of the Bai family. How dare a group of trash like you appear in front of me? Are you looking for death? He said. Shin Chenyu snorted coldly. Don't pretend to be strong. You are very strong. But how much combat power do you have at your peak? Do you think you can stop us? Shen Chenyu smiled and said, However, this young master has always been cautious. Shen Chenyu looked at the black-clothed man on the side and said with a smile, Your Excellency must have something to do with him. Why don't we cooperate? After we capture him, you can take what you want from him first, and then hand him over to the Shen family. Lin Tian's fierce reputation has spread throughout the second heaven. He even killed the 7 heroes of the Bai family. Although he looked very embarrassed now, after all, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Shen Chenyu is proud of himself, he still seemed to be a little cautious at this time. He saw the black-clothed man fighting with Lin Tianyi. Although he didn't know the origin of the other party, since he can fight with Lin Tianyi until now, his combat power is naturally not weak. Therefore, he wanted to use the black-clothed man to force Lin Tian into a desperate situation. He believed that as long as the black-clothed man nodded, they could easily suppress Lin Tian in half an hour. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as a wisp of coldness flashed within them. This Shen Chenyu's thoughts were rather meticulous at this moment. The black-clothed man stared at Lin Tian, the long blade in his hand glowing with a cold light. There was blood on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were indifferent. That black-clothed young man is not the slightest bit weaker than Lin Tian. From the situation just now, it would be difficult to determine the victor if the two of them fought normally. However, at this moment, if that black-clothed young man joins forces with the Qin clan, he will definitely win. Lin Tian will definitely be finished. That madman seems to be in trouble. Many people whispered. Shen Chenyu smiled and looked at the black-clothed man. Your Excellency, what do you think? Don't worry, my Shen family has a good reputation. After we suppress him, we will let you find what you want, and then I will take him away. The black-clothed man looked at Lin Tian. His eyes were still indifferent, and he didn't respond. Shen Chenyu frowned slightly. Your Excellency, my words, you, clang. A saber light slashed over, and Shen Chenyu's expression changed greatly. He quickly took out a supreme treasure sword and slashed down. With a boom, the blade was shattered. Shen Chenyu staggered back, and a trace of bright red appeared at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean? Staring at the black-clothed man, Shen Chenyu was shocked and angry. His face was cold. The black-clothed man didn't even look at Shen Chenyu. His expression didn't change from beginning to end. He stared coldly at Lin Tian. Don't die. After saying this, the black-clothed man turned and walked away. He rejected the Shen family. This is such a good opportunity. Why did the black-clothed man fight with Lin Tian? I don't know. Strange. Many people were surprised. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He looked deeply at the black-clothed man's back. Although this man was cold and domineering, he was open and above-board. Tilting his head, he looked toward Shen Chenyu as his eyes narrowed slightly. From the looks of it, the black-clothed man's yuan energy was almost completely depleted. Otherwise, how could a second-rate person like Shen Chenyu possibly receive that blade strike from before? Time to go, he whispered in his heart. He didn't hesitate. Then he quickly flashed into the distance. Now his vital essence was almost depleted. It would be very dangerous to face the Shen family directly. Young Master Shen, he escaped. Someone shouted. Shen Chenyu was shocked. He glanced coldly at the black-clothed man's back. He didn't have time to seek revenge. He shouted, "Go after him!" Immediately, the sound of air being torn apart resounded. The Shin clan's people all charged out and chased after Lin Tian. "Don't even think about escaping," the Shen family shouted. Lin Tian's face was dignified. He quickened his pace and escaped. Normally, he wouldn't put these Shin family disciples in his eyes. No matter how many came, he would kill them all. But now he couldn't. After the fight with the black-clothed man, he was seriously injured. His vital essence was almost depleted, and his combat power was less than 10% of his heyday. Under such circumstances, facing dozens of cultivators in the Sea of Consciousness realm was undoubtedly a difficult situation. Clang! A sword light slashed and fell at his feet. The people from the Shun clan quickly caught up. Someone activated his alchemic fire. Even though it was only the lowest grade of yellow, when more than 10 people gathered together, the attack power was still very fierce. The scorching temperature caused the air to sizzle. With a buzz, one of them brandished a long spear and pierced Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian dodged. He grabbed the long spear with his left hand and punched with his right hand. "You, Puff!" Although he was seriously injured, his strong physique didn't weaken much. Ordinary people couldn't resist it at all. "Be careful. His physique is strong. Don't get close." Shun Chenyu shouted. Shun Chenyu wasn't the strongest person in this generation of the Shen family, but his status was extraordinary. At this moment, he stood at the outermost circle and gave orders. Lin Tianlong coldly glanced at Shun Chenyu. He waved the long spear in his hand, shook off a piece of alchemy fire, and rushed into the distance again. "Today you are doomed to die." Shun Chenyu sneered. With this order, the Shun clan's members sped up, forming an encirclement as they chased after Lin Tian. The sword light was dense, and the yellow alchemy fire was surging, cutting off Lin Tian's escape route. Whoosh! 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 In the distance, someone pulled a bow, and a black arrow flew toward Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi shook the long spear and threw it directly into the distance. With his strong physique, the long spear shook off the arrow and pierced into the body of a Shen family member. After that, Lin Tian didn't stop. He rushed into the distance again. "You can't escape," Shun Chenyu said coldly. Whoosh! 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 Dense arrows came again, and at the same time, powerful martial arts techniques fell. Lin Tian's face changed. He didn't have enough genuine essence, so he could only roll on the ground to avoid the arrows. Then he hit the light of the martial arts techniques that swept toward him. Boom! He forcibly activated the Nirvana Fist and punched another member of the Shen family to death. However, he was also swept by the light of the martial arts techniques that came from the corner. Suddenly, there were a few more bloody wounds on his body. At this moment, the Shen family had completely surrounded him. Shouts and the sound of precious weapons echoed. The crowd rushed forward together. Alchemy flames vibrated and sword lights intertwined. Lin Tian grabbed a sword from a person and swung it, sending 3 members of the Shen family flying. However, at the same time, another Shen family member's long spear pierced his abdomen. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been pierced through by this attack. Even so, this attack still made him feel very uncomfortable. His face was cold. He held the long spear and cut off the head of the spear-wielding person. "I didn't expect to be forced to this point by a group of trash," he said coldly to himself. After cutting off the spear-wielding person, he didn't hesitate and fled into the depths of the old forest again. Although he was a little sullen at this moment, he was very clear that he couldn't stay and fight. Otherwise, he would die. In the next 4 hours, Lin Tianyi fled. With his thin, genuine essence and severely injured body, he killed more than 10 members of the Shun family. However, he also had more wounds on his body. He looked even more miserable. "You're really stubborn. Let's see how long you can run." Shun Chenyu sneered. The members of the Shun family surrounded him. They were all excited and their eyes were shining. At this moment, Lin Tian was at the end of his rope. They could definitely take him down. Once they took Lin Tian back to the family, it would be a great achievement. Lin Tian was covered in blood. He stepped back, and his eyes were as cold as knives. "If I don't die today, your Shin family will never have a day of peace," he said coldly. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, Shin Chinyu couldn't help but tremble. He suddenly thought of all the things that the Bai family had been through. For a moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, this was only for a moment. The next moment, Shin Chinyu returned to normal. He stared coldly at Lin Tian. "Do you think you can escape today? I'll tell you the truth. The airborne realm members of the Shin family are already on their way here. There is no way you can escape." Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he immediately ran away. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Within 2 hours, Lin Tian had once again killed several members of the Shin family despite his heavy injuries. He himself had suffered a few more heavy blows, and his entire body was drenched in blood. Even his hair had been dyed red by the blood. It was also at this time that a strong wave of spiritual ether descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe descended from the sky. "Sixth uncle," Shin Chinyu said happily. The airborne realm member of the Shin family had arrived. His entire body was surrounded by an amazing aura of pills. He was a powerful grade 4 alchemist. Looking around, the middle-aged man in the yellow robe had a flash of light in his eyes. He nodded at Shin Chinyu and said, "Well done." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in the yellow robe turned his head and stared at Lin Tian. "Come back with me, and you won't have to suffer any physical pain. When we get the art of alchemy that we want, we'll give you a quick death and hand your head to the Bai family." The middle-aged man said coldly. Lin Tian's heart was heavy, but his expression did not change. There was even a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "If you kill me after getting the art of alchemy from me, you won't have to worry about the art of alchemy falling into the hands of others. You can also give my head to the Bai family in exchange for a huge favor from the ancient family. You Shin family sure know how to scheme." The middle-aged man in the yellow robe snorted coldly and did not say anything else. He directly stepped towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. His current situation was very bad, and there was no way he could stop the airborne realm member. Without hesitation, he stepped on the ground and directly fled into the distance. "You still want to run?" The middle-aged man in the yellow robe waved his hand and directly slapped out a huge handprint. Lin Tian's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and resisted, but he was immediately thrown more than 15 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man in the yellow robe walked forward and said indifferently, "The end is already decided. Why struggle and make trouble for yourself?" Lin Tian struggled to stand up. He only felt that his internal organs had shifted positions, and the pain was unbearable. However, he forced himself to endure it. He supported his severely injured body and once again fled into the distance. "Humph." A hint of sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the yellow robe. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Lin Tian. Vigorous spiritual ether surged. This palm completely covered Lin Tian on the spot. "Hey, this is over. Haha." Everyone in the Shen family laughed. At this time, they looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a divine treasure of their family, or as if they were looking at a dead body. Lin Tian's expression changed, and his back became cold. Now that he was severely injured and his spiritual ether was almost depleted, he was unable to fight at all. "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth. At this moment, a fierce palm wind fell from the sky, and with a bang, the middle-aged man in the yellow robe was blasted more than 30 meters away. A figure shrouded in a black cloak appeared and fell from the sky, firmly blocking in front of Lin Tian. "Go!" A low voice came from the cloak. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. He recognized this familiar voice. It was the Wuji Peak Master. End of chapter. Chapter 355. Everyone from the Shin family was shocked. They never thought that such an unforeseen event would occur at such a time. "Who's there?" The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt walked back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked gloomy. Under the cloak, the master of the Wuji Peak didn't respond. He whispered to Lin Tian, "The sect leader asked me to apologize to you. He hopes you can live on. Let's go." Lin Tian frowned and clenched his fists slightly. "Thank you," he said seriously. Enduring the pain, he got up and ran away. The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt raised his eyebrows and said, "You want to leave? Stop him." Suddenly, the disciples of the Shen family chased after Lin Tian. Clang! The master of the Wuji Peak made his move. He split the ground with his sword, and a 30-meter-long sword mark appeared in front of the Shen family. Such a terrifying sword made everyone in the Shen family turn pale. They stopped in their tracks. "Who are you? Why are you an enemy of the Shen family?" The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt said in a low voice. With a simple sword, the middle-aged man in the yellow shirt could see how powerful the man under the cloak was. He was far from being able to defeat him. The master of the Wuji Peak didn't say anything. He just stood in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt wanted to go around and chase after Lin Tian. Unfortunately, he was powerless. "Sir, you are an enemy of the Shen family," the middle-aged man in the yellow shirt said in a low voice. The master of the Wuji Peak didn't say anything. He still stood in the same place. With a sword in his hand, he shocked everyone in the Shen family. Lin Tian had walked far away. Soon, he found an absolutely secluded place. He took out some elixirs from the stone ring and put them in his mouth. Then he started to heal his injured body. "This time, I am really indebted to the master of the Wuji sect," he said to himself. He knew very well that if the master of the Wuji Peak hadn't arrived, he would have been taken away by the middle-aged man in the yellow shirt. The only ending was death. When he thought of the middle-aged man in the yellow shirt, he thought of the Shen family. His eyes suddenly became cold. Taking a deep breath, he circulated the 4 extremities meridians with all his might to dissolve the Baodan in his body. His injuries were quickly alleviated. Enter the 9th layer first, then enter the Zephyr step. He muttered to himself. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he calmed down and circulated the 4 extremes scriptures over and over again. That was the supreme body-tempering divine art of the mysterious iron sword. It was also a manual for cultivation, which was enough to support him all the way to the end of the airborne realm. At this moment, he swallowed a Baodan and circulated his 4 extremities meridians, rapidly nourishing his internal organs. Very quickly, 6 hours passed. 6 hours later, with the help of some Baodan in the stone ring, his injuries were completely healed. His spirit had also become stronger. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Lin Tian looked outside, quietly stood up and left in the dark night. Although the master of Wuji Peak had stopped the Shen family, he couldn't stop them forever. He had stayed in this forest for a long time. Now that his injuries had recovered, it was better to move to another place for safety. In the dark night, the moonlight shrouded the earth, sprinkling a large area of silver light. Not long after Lin Tian left, there were warriors from the Shin family who found this place. The leader was at the 7th layer of the Zephyr step. "There are traces of someone here. It seems that he just left. It should be that person. Go after him. We must find him," the leader said. Suddenly, a group of warriors rushed behind him and quickly flashed in the old forest. At this time, Lin Tian had already gone far away and walked out of the old forest. He carried the black robe on his back and made his way through the night. He climbed over several tall mountains, and soon after, he appeared in another old forest and found another hidden place. He carefully looked around until he was sure that nothing was out of place. Only then did he sit down quietly. He took out the shackling rune and pasted it on his brow. With the full moon in the sky, he circulated the 4 extremities meridians and directly immersed himself in cultivation. Boom! Faint silver light flickered. In his sea of consciousness, the power of his consciousness boiled bit by bit, as if there was a fire burning. The sea of consciousness was to refine one's consciousness. Only by refining one's consciousness to a certain degree of purity and producing a qualitative change could one enter the Zephyr step. Under the night sky, Lin Tian held his breath and focused, wholeheartedly refining his divine sense. In these past few days, he'd experienced many battles, and he'd gained a great deal of comprehension, especially the battle with the black-clothed man. It caused him to have a rather deep feeling. Because of the many experiences, his essence, energy, and spirit had unknowingly strengthened a lot. The flow of his true essence was also smoother. In this situation, his cultivation level began to loosen up. This situation was most suitable for cultivation. The silver light intertwined outside. In his sea of consciousness, the yin-yang twin lotus swayed, releasing a little bit of light. This light intertwined in his sea of consciousness and actually guided the power in his body, helping him to refine his consciousness. Following that, the light outside his body became more condensed. At most half a month, I can enter the 9th layer of the sea of consciousness and enter the Zephyr step with the Zephyr pill. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Taking a deep breath, he put away the light in his eyes and once again immersed himself in cultivation. The light lingered outside his body, gradually becoming brighter, and the aura he exuded gradually became stronger. It was as if a wisp of flame was gradually turning into a sea of fire. In the 2nd heaven, the young cultivators of the Shen family secretly searched for Lin Tian's traces, rummaging through various mountains. They even invited many experts to help, but it was still difficult to find Lin Tian's real body. At the same time, many powerhouses of the Bai family also came out to search for Lin Tian's traces. In such a large heaven, if that person really wants to hide, how can it be easy to find him? Yes. However, Lin Tian's current situation is really dangerous. Nonsense. Basically, the whole world is an enemy. It's scary just thinking about it. Many cultivators were discussing. The 2nd heaven is very large, and the Bai family and the Shen family also know that it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person in this heaven. However, even so, the people of the 2 families still did not give up, especially the people of the Bai family. Each of them had a shocking killing intent, causing some rogue cultivators to tremble when looking at them from a distance. Time passed, and soon 10 days passed. During these 10 days, the Bai family and the Shin family searched many places and found traces of Lin Tian several times, but they still couldn't find him. In the end, the Bai family's younger generation even released their voices in the world of cultivation, cursing Lin Tian for being a coward who only knew how to hole up like a turtle, not daring to openly roam the world, forcing Lin Tian to appear. Unfortunately, there was no result. As for the Shun family, they didn't find anything. In the 2nd heaven, Lin Tian walked through another mountain, found a cave, and sat down cross-legged in it. During these 10 days, he changed several secluded places, and every time he narrowly avoided the people who were looking for him. "When I step into the airborne realm, I will deal with you one by one," he said coldly. The 4 extreme scripture was activated, and a divine refining rune was applied, and his consciousness began to boil. Now he had reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer, and he was only 1 step away from the 9th heavenly layer. He calmed down and silently activated the 4 extreme scripture, focusing all his attention on the sea of consciousness, making his consciousness boil even more. Looking around, this sea of consciousness became wider, and his consciousness became purer, like the brilliance of the sun and the moon. Soon, 3 days passed. Boom! On this day, a tyrannical aura spread out and rushed out from Lin Tian's body. Opening his eyes, Lin Tian exhaled heavily. After 13 days of hard work, he finally stepped into the 9th heavenly layer. Let's begin the last step. His eyes flashed. Taking a deep breath, he took out a thumb-sized baodan from the stone ring. This baodan was purple and crystal clear. It was the 4th grade airborne pill that he and Bai Qiu obtained in the ancient alchemist tomb more than a month ago. This baodan was extremely precious. After swallowing it, a cultivator could perfectly reach the airborne realm from the 9th heavenly layer. The 4 extremes scripture stabilized the cultivation of the 9th heavenly layer, making the spiritual ether more peaceful. Then he swallowed the airborne pill. As soon as the airborne pill entered his mouth, a rich fragrance spread out. Lin Tianji felt a warm air spread in his body, and then this warm air directly penetrated his sea of consciousness like a hot spring. Suddenly, a huge storm appeared in his calm sea of consciousness, and his spiritual ether began to boil crazily. The 4th grade airborne pill was a type of baodan. It was the strongest baodan to temper one's spiritual ether. Now, after Lin Tian swallowed this baodan, the spiritual ether in his sea of consciousness became active, like boiling water, jumping around. Gradually, his spiritual ether became stronger and purer. Huff! Lin Tian closed his eyes and exhaled white smoke from his mouth, like a celestial being. Time passed by minute. After swallowing the airborne pill, the treasure qi in the pill penetrated his sea of consciousness, making his spiritual ether feel like it was burning above a fire source, and it became pure little by little. Moreover, during this entire process, Lin Tian's internal organs, bones, flesh, and blood had become translucent. Strands of warm energy flowed through them, causing his flesh, blood, and internal organs to become even stronger. The airborne pill not only refined the spiritual ether, but also helped to temper the body. Very quickly, another 2 days passed. 2 days later, Lin Tian's spiritual ether finally became completely pure, and his sea of consciousness became calm again. The yin-yang twin lotus swayed slightly in his sea of consciousness. After this, Lin Tian's heart suddenly trembled, and he felt as if a door had burst open in his body. A vast and majestic power gushed out, instantly spreading throughout his body and flowing to every corner. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in them. He slowly stood up. He clenched his fist slightly, and his 5 fingers cracked. His physique became several times stronger, and it seemed to be harder than King Kong. His spiritual ether vibrated, and there was a faint sound of wind and thunder coming from his body. His spiritual ether was boiling like the Yellow River. His glabella lit up with a thought, and the tyrannical spiritual ether seemed to be about to rush out like a sharp sword. Finally, Lin Tian took a deep breath and raised his hand slightly. His feet slowly left the ground, and he slowly rose into the air. He hovered in the air, and it took him dozens of breaths to truly master flying in the air, reaching a height of 150 feet above the ground. This is the airborne realm. He clenched his fists. In half a month's time, he relied on the airborne pill to reach the airborne realm. At this moment, he felt that he was more than 10 times stronger than he was half a month ago. His physique was more solid, and his spiritual ether was more abundant. It was as if he had endless strength. Most importantly, at this moment, he stood in the air on his own, and he truly felt as if he had transcended the mortal world. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with excitement, and then there was a flash of coldness in them. "It's time to go mess with someone," he said coldly. He tilted his head and looked out of the old forest. The corner of his mouth lifted, and he stepped into the air, walking out of the old forest step by step. Boom! At this moment, the sky shook, and there was a sudden clap of thunder. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine for no reason. It was as if he was being stared at by a pair of invisible eyes, and his entire body was cold. He looked up at the sky. He did not know when, but the sky within a radius of 300 feet had become pitch black. Dark clouds gathered, forming a huge vortex. Lightning flashed and crackled in the middle. Chapter 356. Dark clouds gathered, covering the space within a radius of 300 meters. The entire area where Lin Tian was at had turned pitch black. The dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning intertwined within them like terrifying lightning dragons. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and a pale light flashed across the sky. The destructive aura spread in all directions, and the Shifeng ancient forest became deathly silent in an instant. Not a single sound could be heard. Lin Tian's expression changed, and a chill ran down his spine. At this moment, he felt as if a primitive mountain was pressing down on his head, making it hard for him to breathe. What's going on? What is this? He was terrified. Now he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced someone in the immortal realm. But now, looking at the sky, he felt an instinctive fear. Gritting his teeth, he didn't hesitate. He stepped on the void and rushed into the distance, trying to leave the range of the thunderclouds. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he was dozens of feet away. Boom! The sky shook and thunder rumbled, making Lin Tian tremble. Looking at the sky, Lin Tian was shocked to find that he was still in the center of the thunderclouds. This thundercloud was actually chasing after him. It was as if there was a pair of eyes in the clouds staring at him. Boom! Thunder rumbled, one after another. Each sound was scarier than the last, and each was fiercer than the last. Dong! Boom! Finally, a bolt of lightning struck down from the thunderclouds. It went straight for Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian's expression changed. He took out his upper-grade, true treasure sword and slashed with the 8th stroke of the incinerating sun stroke without hesitation. A fierce sword light slashed toward the sky. However, this bolt of lightning was too powerful. It was like a destructive attack from an immortal realm elite. It crushed the 8th stroke of the incinerating sunstroke and the upper grade, true treasure sword. Then, with a bang, Lin Tian fell from the sky to the ground. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood. Half of his clothes were torn, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. He struggled to stand up. His chest was a little charred, and there was a burning and intense pain. Staring at the sky, the 4 extremities scripture circulated madly, rapidly healing his injured body. He looked around, gritted his teeth, and fled into the distance again, wanting to leave the range of the thunderclouds. However, after dozens of breaths, he had no choice but to stop. This was because no matter how he ran, no matter how fast he ran, he could not leave the range of the thundercloud. No matter how far he ran, he was still at the center of the thundercloud. Damn it! He clenched his fists tightly, his expression somewhat ugly. He had finally stepped into the Zephyr realm with great difficulty, but who would have thought that he would encounter such a strange thing and be struck by lightning for no reason? Suddenly, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Lightning gathering in the sky. Could this be the heavenly tribulation that the old man was talking about? Lin Tian stared at the sky and shook his head. No, the old man said that the heavenly tribulation is a reaction of the great path caused by the transformation of spiritual ether and divine power after entering the celestial reaching realm. It is called a natural disaster on the path of cultivation. I've only just entered the airborne realm. So how could I cause a heavenly tribulation? Dong! The sky trembled, and the lightning flashed even more dazzlingly. Lin Tian stared at the sky, his face a little pale. But what else could this be other than a heavenly tribulation? At this moment, another thunder was heard, and the sky became even darker. A second lightning bolt struck down. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he did not dare to be careless this time. He immediately activated the seal of the 4 symbols, condensing a dazzling diagram to meet the lightning bolt that was coming down. PFFTT. With a soft sound, the seal of the 4 symbols was shattered into nothingness. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he used the yin and yanging to dodge. However, That lightning bolt seemed to have eyes, and his escape was futile as it landed on him steadily. Lin Tian was sent flying. This time his injuries were even more severe. His chest was a bloody mess, and there was a burning smell coming out. Damn it! Lin Tian gritted his teeth and stood up. He took out a large number of healing pills and spiritual ether bowdan from the stone ring and swallowed them, then used the Sutra of 4 Extremes to regulate his breathing. His face was pale as he stared at the sky. No matter how much he did not want to believe it, he had to believe it at this moment. That was indeed a heavenly tribulation. My spiritual ether has only changed a little when I stepped into the airborne realm, and I attracted a heavenly tribulation just like that? Lin Tian gritted his teeth. At this moment, he really had the urge to curse. The heavenly tribulation was known as a natural disaster on the path of cultivation, and it had killed countless people since ancient times. 99% of cultivators would be killed by the heavenly tribulation when they stepped into the reaching celestial realm. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. Lin Tian stared at the sky, feeling very uncomfortable. Others would only attract the heavenly tribulation when they reached the reaching celestial realm, and they would usually be well prepared. At that time, their strength would be much stronger. However, he had attracted such a disaster when he stepped into the airborne realm. His cultivation had not reached the reaching celestial realm, and he was not strong enough. He did not even have the slightest bit of preparation to go through the heavenly tribulation. This was deliberately targeting him. Boom! Dark clouds rolled, and this time an even more terrifying aura began to brew, spreading in all directions. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and his back became even colder. Staring at the huge thundercloud vortex in the sky, he felt as if there was a chaotic realm being standing inside, staring at him coldly, preparing a truly devastating attack. Boom! Finally, thunder rumbled again, and the 3rd lightning bolt fell. No, it was not accurate to call it one bolt. Looking around, with Lin Tian as the center, the area within a radius of 30 meters was completely covered. A dense sea of lightning fell. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but the ferocious power was shocking. Lin Tian felt severe pain all over his body, even though he was far away. The ground under his feet even began to shatter. The soil and gravel seemed to be pulled by something, flying high into the sky on their own before shattering. This was a great force of destruction. Lin Tian's heart was cold. He wanted to escape the range of this sea of lightning, but in the end he stopped in his tracks. Since he knew this was a heavenly tribulation, he knew that there was no use in escaping. Now he could only defeat the heavenly tribulation, survive the heavenly tribulation, or be turned into ashes. There were only 3 endings. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand to form a seal. Behind him, a desolate mountain, a treasure weapon bell, and a dense old forest rushed out. With a boom, several divine elephants of heaven rushed toward the sea of lightning in the sky. The 2 collided, and the divine elephants of heaven shattered with a crack. The sea of lightning directly covered Lin Tian. Lin Tian desperately condensed the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols to protect himself, but it was useless. It shattered on the spot. Dense lightning bolts fell, crushing the earth in the first moment, and the surrounding old trees instantly collapsed. For the first time, Lin Tian let out a scream. His whole body was completely covered by the sea of lightning. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Large areas of his skin became charred, and his body was covered in blood. His clothes were tattered beyond recognition. Lin Tian gasped for breath, and his face became extremely pale. Now that he had stepped into the Zephyr realm, his strength was astonishing. However, under the heavenly tribulation, he had no ability to resist at all. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian struggled to stand up again. At this time, his body was covered in injuries. A few of his bones were even broken, and blood kept flowing. His body would feel intense pain if he moved slightly. Even so, he did not dare to lie still. He quickly ran the 4 extremities meridians to the limit, and then relied on the Baodan in the stone ring to heal his injuries and stop the bleeding. If he moved, there was still a chance of survival. If he did not move, he could only wait for death. I don't believe that I can't get through it. He gritted his teeth. After swallowing a large amount of Baodan and running the 4 extremities meridians crazily, the intense pain suddenly eased a lot. Right at this moment, a thunderous boom rang out again. It was still a sea of lightning that fell mercilessly. Boom! Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and a violent surge of true essence rushed out of his body. He quickly formed a seal and used the divination divine technique to create the barren heaven world, divine roar palace, and 9-spring sword. Then he activated Heavenly Lord Doran's place of enlightenment and used the powerful divination divine elephant to meet the sea of lightning above his head. The two collided fiercely. Whoosh! 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 Large amounts of lightning and fire appeared in the void. More cracks appeared on the ground of the old forest, where Lin Tian was. In just 2 breaths, the barren heaven world and divine roar palace shattered, and the 9-springs sword did not escape its fate. In the blink of an eye, only Heavenly Lord Doran's place of enlightenment did not collapse. In the meantime, the word Daran flowed with divine light and collided with the sea of lightning. However, it did not last long. After 6 breaths, with a crack, Lin Tian's place of enlightenment also shattered. The hurricane swept and the sea of lightning fell, enveloping Lin Tian again. Crack! 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 The ground shattered and split open. Blood splattered in the air. Lin Tian was injured again. His body was covered in blood. It was a ghastly sight. Thump! The sky trembled and the 5th thunder sounded. In the whirlpool-like thunderclouds, purple lightning intertwined. It was like a giant dragon shuttling in and out. As if it had a life of its own, it caused the surrounding void to distort. Then, with a crack, 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 black spatial cracks appeared. Silver spatial turbulence poured out. Lin Tian's heart trembled. He could not help but tremble. This purple sea of lightning was like the manifestation of an ancient serpent dragon. It was far more terrifying than the previous 4 lightning strikes. After 3 breaths, with a boom, the purple sea of lightning pressed down. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. His expression was terrible. I'll crush you. He stepped on the ground and formed another seal with his hands. He moved quickly over and over again. Behind him, a blood-colored crack suddenly appeared. Bloody light bloomed, and the screams of ghosts came out. This was the technique that the Violet Elves had used to protect him in the dark forest. Lin Tian still remembered the terrifying feeling when the blood-colored crack appeared. It was like opening the door to hell. At this moment, he used the divination divine spell to create it. Immediately, the space around him trembled. Even the lightning falling from the sky paused for a moment. Chapter 357. As soon as the blood-colored crack appeared, a terrifying wave of energy spread out, causing the space to tremble. In the sky, the purple sea of lightning paused for a moment before striking down again. Rise! Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He formed a seal with his hands, and the blood-colored crack behind him rushed out. It suddenly expanded and swallowed a bolt of lightning. The two collided, and the blood-colored crack tried to expand as if it was going to swallow the entire sea of lightning. Boom! A clap of thunder rang out, causing the ground to crack and the void to distort. As if it had sensed the existence of a force that prevented the lightning from falling, the great path became angry. The purple sea of lightning swayed and emitted an even more terrifying aura, as if there were countless dragons roaring. The blood-colored crack shook, and cracks immediately appeared around it. Lin Tian stepped back and felt a pain in his chest. He gritted his teeth and moved his hands again, heavy and slow. A vicious roar sounded from the blood-colored crack. Suddenly, a huge ghost claw reached out from it. It was eerie and terrifying. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood. He had used the divination divine technique to create the blood-colored crack. He was under great pressure and suffered a backlash. However, his eyes were very determined. He gritted his teeth and held on. In the blood-colored crack, the huge ghost claw covered the entire purple sea of lightning. Then it directly pulled it into the blood-colored crack and exploded with a boom. Boom! A hurricane swept in all directions, and traces appeared in the void one after another. Lin Tian flew backward and crashed into a large rock not far away. He spat out another mouthful of blood. In the sky, the thunderclouds became even denser. Lightning interweaved within them, crackling loudly. At this time, with Lin Tian as the center, the ground within a radius of 300 feet was completely destroyed. Gravel and soil were everywhere, and broken branches of old trees were scattered everywhere. The ground even became a little charred, as if it had been roasted by fire. Lin Tian felt as if his body was about to fall apart. He endured the pain and stood up. Looking at the sky, the thunderclouds were buzzing. The next wave of tribulation lightning was already gathering. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed in all directions. Finally, the sixth bolt of heavenly thunder was formed and fell. This time there was only a single streak of lightning, but it was shockingly thick, as if a heavenly dragon was roaring. Wherever the tribulation lightning passed, the space in all directions would split apart, shattering completely. It descended at an extremely fast speed, arriving above Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. It mercilessly and cruelly enveloped Lin Tian within it. Ah! Lin Tian screamed as blood splattered everywhere. He supported all of his means, but he couldn't block this heavenly lightning at all. He was sent flying more than 30 meters away. In the blink of an eye, everything within a radius of 10 feet was completely shrouded in darkness. Lin Tian was lying on the ground. His entire body was scorched, and his flesh was lacerated. He was in an unprecedentedly miserable state. It could be said that he had lost half of his life. Even so, the thunder and lightning in the sky did not give him a chance to breathe. With a boom, the seventh heavenly tribulation struck down. The sound of rolling thunder resounded, ear-piercing and dazzling as it slowly pressed down. Crack! 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 Lin Tian lay on the ground. The ground was broken inch by inch, and large cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Staring at the light of tribulation descending from the sky, Lin Tian gasped for breath. At this moment, it was already difficult for him to stand up. He could only frantically urge his spiritual sense to manifest a huge lotus sea. Whoosh! The yin-yang twin lotus swayed. Under Lin Tian's will, it faced the heavens. This lotus sea was the result of 7 days of meditation by Lin Tian in the place where Lord Darin achieved enlightenment. It was black and white, intertwined with yin and yang qi. It was very powerful. At this moment, he supported the lotus sea and faced the tribulation lightning. In an instant, the dense yin and yang qi surged like a vast sea, enveloping the heavenly lightning. However, although the lotus sea was extraordinary, it could not withstand the heavenly tribulation of the great path. Crack! After 3 breaths, with a crisp sound, the yin-yang lotus sea shattered. Then the heavenly lightning fell, mercilessly striking Lin Tian's body. With a boom, with Lin Tian as the center, the entire ground suddenly shattered. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge pit with a diameter of 10 feet and a depth of 10 feet appeared on the ground. There were arcs of lightning intertwining in it. At the center of the deep pit, Lin Tian's clothes were torn, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. At this moment, his skin was charred black, and his flesh was badly mangled. He could no longer be seen. He opened his mouth and immediately felt an intense pain. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. At this moment, it was difficult for him to even make a sound. Dong! At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky again. The eighth wave of tribulation lightning was born. The oppressive aura instantly spread in all directions. This was another sea of lightning. Purple lightning crackled, each as thick as a baby's arm. With a boom, the void shattered, and the sea of lightning directly pressed down. Lin Tian's expression changed. He struggled with difficulty, but he could not move. Not only was his body in pain, but also because of the terrifying pressure of the eighth wave of tribulation lightning. He could not move at all. He gritted his teeth and gathered his thoughts in the sea of consciousness, looking at the bottom of the sea of consciousness. "Help me!" He yelled in the sea of consciousness. At this moment he had no power to resist at all. His only hope was that divine sword. However, when he looked at the bottom of the sea of consciousness, the divine sword did not move at all. It did not respond to his call at all. Dong! The thunder roared. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered. Everything was annihilated. Lin Tian looked at the lightning in the sky, pressing down on him. For the first time he felt a sense of despair. At this moment he could not even move, and he could not summon the divine sword. What else could he use to resist? Damn it! He roared angrily in his heart. Since ancient times, there had been hundreds of millions of cultivators, and it was difficult to count them. All of the people who were successful in their cultivation would only attract disasters of the Great Path when they broke through to the airborne realm. At this moment, however, he had only just broken through to the airborne realm, and he had attracted a heavenly tribulation. After being reincarnated, he had amazing talent and combat strength. He had not been afraid even when facing the ancient clans, and he had survived time and time again. Now, however, he was going to die under the inexplicable heavenly lightning. This made him feel extremely sullen. Arg! He roared in his heart. The heavenly tribulation did not stop. It became even more terrifying, pressing down on Lin Tian's head in an instant. Lin Tian was completely desperate. He could not help but close his eyes. Boom! At this moment his abdomen lit up. That was his origin. His origin was bright, quiet, and peaceful. At this moment it was emitting a faint glow. This glow intertwined through his body and condensed into a hazy light pattern on his body. It showed several different colors and slowly rotated, protecting his burned and seriously injured body under it. Lin Tianji felt his whole body become comfortable, and he could not help but open his eyes. What is this? Looking at this scene, his eyes were filled with shock. This was not the reaction of the divine sword, nor was it his own means. It was the origin of life shining on its own. With a bang, the heavenly tribulation pressed down and directly hit the hazy light pattern outside his body. Lin Tian trembled violently, and then he was greatly shocked because this terrifying eighth wave of heavenly tribulation was completely blocked. The light pattern shook slightly, and the eighth wave of heavenly tribulation was actually reflected back to the sky, exploding in the thunderclouds with a boom. This, Lin Tian was shocked. The terrifying eighth wave of heavenly tribulation was actually reflected back by this light pattern. The hazy light pattern slowly rotated, and in the next moment it dimmed, turned into a ray of light, and directly rushed into Lin Tian's body. Immediately, Lin Tian felt a warm current enter his body, quickly healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, layers of halos appeared on the surface of his body. His charred skin peeled off on its own, revealing an intact body. His injuries were actually healed by 80% in an instant. Lin Tian clenched his fists and stood up. He felt a powerful force fill his body again. That light pattern just now was the manifestation of my origin. He stared at his abdomen. He scanned it with his divine consciousness. His life origin was no different from usual. It was still calm and did not fluctuate at all. At this moment, an extremely dull thunder sounded. Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. He hurriedly looked at the sky and saw that in the dark thunderclouds, a lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 feet appeared. It was purple and aimed directly at him. Since ancient times, 9 has been the limit. This should be the last heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, his eyes shone brightly, and his black hair swayed without wind. You want to kill me? Dream on. He gritted his teeth. He spread his hands and quickly formed a seal, activating the divining divine technique to the extreme. In an instant, the primitive mountain, the treasure weapon bell, the sea of clover, the barren heaven world, the divine cry temple, the 9-spring sword, the place where heavenly Lord Daorin comprehended the Tao, and the blood-colored crack. All kinds of powerful divining divine images appeared. At the same time, he supported the Taoist diagram of the 4 symbols, the yin-yang lotus sea, and activated the weapon-controlling art. He used all his means to meet the 9th heavenly tribulation. Under the pressure of the 9th heavenly tribulation, the space shook and the ground collapsed. Several divining divine images were shattered. The Taoist diagram of the 4 symbols exploded. The yin-yang lotus sea was destroyed, and dozens of treasure weapons were torn apart. Boom! The light was vast, drowning everything. In the void, smoke and dust drifted, and electric arcs crackled. The ground was shattered beyond recognition. Lin Tian lay on the wasteland, his body covered in blood and scorched black again. His body was badly mutilated, and in many places, white bones could even be vaguely seen. It was a shocking sight. However, at this time he smiled. Under the pressure of the 9th heavenly tribulation, he had survived. In the sky, the heavenly tribulation dissipated, and the world was restored to light. A 7-colored, auspicious cloud gradually condensed. Within it, a gentle treasure light descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Tian within. Crack! 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 Lin Tian's body made a sound like soybeans being fried. Just like before, his injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In this kind of light, he felt indescribably comfortable. His flesh and blood seemed to be burning and buzzing. Just like that, dozens of breaths later, the light dissipated and the cloud shattered. He stood up from the wasteland. At this moment, his body was flowing with a faint light. His skin was as white as a baby's, and his flesh was as clean as glass. He waved his fist slightly, and suddenly the void shook and the sound of thunder was heard. Good. Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 358. Reading on the mobile phone, Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised, and he couldn't help but clench his fists again. Please search Product and Book Yen Network to see the most complete novel. The heavenly tribulation was very terrifying, but after passing it, it was like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, and it gave him great benefits. In terms of physique, I'm not afraid of anyone below the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He looked around himself, feeling the changes in his body. He was pleasantly surprised. His array manipulation technique had broken through the 4th stage, reaching the 5th stage. His soul force had become stronger, and when he circulated it, it surged violently. Lin Tian thought to himself, very good, and changed into a clean set of clothes before looking around. Looking around, the land within a radius of dozens of feet was completely destroyed, and there was no intact ground, and it was all scorched black. Lin Tian paused, looked out of the forest, and walked out. After entering the airborne realm, he no longer had to hide. Now he could walk proudly in the 2nd heaven. Not long after, he walked out of the old forest and appeared on the road in the distance. People came and went on the road, and when they saw Lin Tian, they were all shocked. Lin Tian, that madman is actually here? Why didn't he hide at all? That Shin family has been looking for him recently. Damn, that madman is coming this way. Get out of the way. Some people were shocked. Lin Tian didn't hide his appearance now, and he was completely walking the world with his real body, so these people naturally recognized him at a glance. Suddenly, the crowd retreated together. During these days, Lin Tian's ferocious name had spread very well. Who knew how many lives he had reaped? He even dared to kill the geniuses of ancient families. He was simply a complete demon. How could these ordinary people not fear him? Lin Tian originally wanted to find someone to ask something, but seeing this situation, he could only helplessly shake his head. Along the road, he walked into the distance. He's finally gone. Speaking of which, where is he going? I don't know, it looks like he's just walking around casually with no destination. It feels like he's just strolling. That does seem to be the case. But why doesn't this guy try to hide it? After all, during this period of time, the members of the Chun clan had been searching for him everywhere, and their forces were terrifying. Once he was found, then only death would await him. Wasn't he exposing his tracks by swaggering on the street that was densely packed with people right now? Isn't that too stupid? If the experts of the Bai family find out, it will be even worse. Exactly. Many people had strange expressions on their faces. Lin Tian was now extremely powerful, and his spiritual sense had increased by several times. Naturally, he could hear the discussions of these people. However, he did not mind at all. He appeared to be very leisurely, and even pulled up a stalk of grass from the ground and put it in his mouth to chew. Seeing his attitude, many rogue cultivators on the main road were dumbfounded. Don't you have any sense of crisis? Won't the people of the Shun family soon find out about it and come knocking on our door? That's right. Someone muttered. Lin Tian's expression was calm. With a blade of grass in his mouth, he walked along the main road step by step. What? That damn thing appeared? That's right. It's on a main road 10 miles away from here. Go after it. The experts of the Shin family, who were searching outside, heard the news. Suddenly, all of them began to move. On the main road, Lin Tian looked at the white clouds in the sky, looked at the blue sky, and looked at the birds flying in the sky. He seemed very casual. Soon, a fork in the road appeared in front of him. There was a spacious grassland beside the fork. With a faint smile, he walked to the side and sat down on the grassland. Countless cultivators came and went at the fork every day. At this moment, naturally, there were people who recognized Lin Tian. They all widened their eyes and had an expression of disbelief. That Lin Tian actually appeared here? This guy didn't hide at all. The people of the alchemist family are frantically searching for him. Isn't he too bold? Isn't he afraid of being found? Many people stopped and stared straight at Lin Tian. During this period of time, Lin Tian had become famous. Now that he appeared, naturally he attracted everyone's attention. Lin Tian sat on the grassland leisurely. He squinted his eyes and looked at the round sun in the sky. He had an expression of enjoyment. Time passed, and soon half an hour had passed. At this moment, dozens of strong waves of vital vitality came from afar. Someone was rushing towards this area. It's the people of the Shan family. Look at that middle-aged man in yellow. Shen Hui. I heard that he's a level 4 alchemist. He's also at level 3 of the Zephyr realm. The person in the lead seems to be Shan Lianyan, a level 4 alchemist at level 4 of the Zephyr realm. Everyone's expression changed. Seeing such a group of people rushing over, many people could not help but step back and open up a path. Dozens of people of the Shun family rushed over. The first thing they saw was Lin Tian on the grassland. Over there! Over there! Surround him! The group rushed forward, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the grassland. Finally, no more hiding. Shen Hui said. This Shen Hui was wearing a yellow robe. He was the middle-aged man who appeared last when the Shin family was chasing after Lin Tian. His strength was very strong. If it was not for the appearance of the Wuji Peak Master, Lin Tian would have been suppressed by this person. Beside Shen Hui stood another person. He was wearing a green robe. His name was Shan Lianyan. His strength was stronger than Shen Hui. He was at level 4 of the Zephyr realm. Both of them had a cold expression. Following them were dozens of young people. They were the best of the younger generation of the Shun family. Their cultivation was not bad. They were at level 5 of the Zephyr Realm to level 9 of the Zephyr Realm. At this moment, dozens of people surrounded Lin Tian in the middle. Each of them held a cold sword in their hands. They were shining with cold light. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and stood up slowly. Your reaction is not bad. You didn't let me wait for too long. However, why didn't the people of the Bai family come? He said. As soon as these words came out, the crowd of rogue cultivators at the fork in the road was shocked. This guy, what does he mean? Did he purposely walk out and wait for the people of the Shun family and the Bai family at this place? This is too arrogant. Many people were shocked. Not only the rogue cultivators, but also the people of the Shun family. He said he was waiting for us here? Big words. Who does he think he is? Arrogant. Self-righteous. A few of the younger generation of the Shun family mocked. Lin Tian did not even turn his head. He raised his right hand and swept out a dense sword gleam. Poof! 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 Suddenly, the few people who spoke were all penetrated and fell into a pool of blood. Shen Hui and Shen Lianyan suddenly had a cold and murderous look. They stared at Lin Tian mercilessly. Shen Hui took a step forward. A large purple flame appeared in his palm and pressed towards Lin Tian. The purple alchemy fire can even burn stones. Someone's expression changed. Shan Hui's expression was cold. Don't worry, this alchemy fire will only burn your meridians. It won't kill you. After all, we still need to get what we want from you. After finishing his words, Shen Hui appeared in front of Lin Tian. Suppress! Some of the young people of the Shen family shouted. Lin Tian calmly extended his hand and slapped down. Then, I'm sorry because I will kill you directly. It was just a normal slap. There was no movement of vital vitality, but it made the space buzz. With a sound, the purple alchemy fire that Shen Hui displayed was extinguished. Shen Hui's expression changed. Lin Tian's expression was calm. After the purple alchemy fire was extinguished, his right palm landed firmly on Shen Hui's cheek. Suddenly, blood splattered. Shen Hui's skull was smashed into pieces. His brain matter was scattered all over the floor. Such a scene shocked everyone to the point that their expressions changed. He killed Shen Hui with one slap. Shen Hui was a master of the third heaven of the Yukong family. How could he be killed with one slap? How is this possible? How could his physique be so strong? How did he do it? Everyone was stunned. The young people of the Shen family were also shocked. A master of the third heaven of the Yukong family was killed in one move. Shen Lianyan's expression changed. I didn't expect your physique to be so strong. I was careless. Just careless? Lin Tian secretly mocked. Shen Lianyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took a step forward and slashed at Lin Tian with a sword incantation. In an instant, a few hundred rays of sword light pressed down towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian calmly stepped back and avoided all the swords. There are some things that I want to know from the Shen family. One of you is enough, he said. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at the young people of the Shen family surrounding him. Looking at his eyes, the young people of the Shen family felt a chill down their spine. The next moment, a sword chime was heard. A treasured sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. With a casual swing, the sword aura filled the sky. Puff! 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 The sword aura was overbearing and scorching. It was precise and terrifying. In an instant, streaks of blood splattered. The sound of banging was heard continuously. The young people of the Shin family were pierced in between their eyebrows and fell to the ground. Blood flowed, and the scene was filled with the sound of people inhaling cold air. One sword killed all except Shen Lianyan's, all of them. Someone trembled. Shen Lianyan was furious. The young people of the generation were killed, just like that. It was a huge loss to the clan. After we get what our clan wants, will make you wish you were dead, Shan Lianyan said coldly. Shin Lianyan rushed out. His whole body was covered in purple alchemy fire. He even displayed a terrifying supernatural power. You knew that I could kill a Yukong cultivator, but you let a group of people from the sea of consciousness come to die. Who can you blame for your own stupidity? Lin Tian looked calm. The Jiuquan sword rushed behind him and pressed down. Shen Lianyan's purple alchemy fire was extinguished. His supernatural power was also shattered. He flew more than 10 feet away. How is this possible? Isn't this too monstrous? He is still a master of the 4th level of the Yukong cultivator. How could he be so weak? What a monster. How strong is that guy? Many people swallowed their saliva. Shen Lianyan fell to the ground. Blood kept coming out of his mouth, and his clothes were torn. Chapter 359. Reading with a mobile phone. Seeing that Shen Lianyan had escaped, the crowd near the crossroads were shocked. Did he escape? Did he escape from the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm? Furthermore, he was fleeing through the air. Was Lin Tian's battle prowess really that terrifying? How could a 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm cultivator be so afraid of him? He said that he was waiting for the Shen family and that he only needed one person to stay. What did he want to ask? Maybe, but now he can't ask even if he wanted to. That's right, a Zephyr realm cultivator can walk in the void like walking on flat ground. How could a sea of consciousness cultivator catch up with him? That's right, no matter how profound the art of instrument manipulation is, it's impossible to catch up. The difference is too big. Many people were discussing. These people stared at Lin Tian and were shocked by Lin Tian's strong combat power. He actually scared off a 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm cultivator. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at Shen Lianyan, who had escaped more than 10 feet away. His lips curled into a cold smile. With a swoosh, his figure disappeared and appeared in the void 10 feet above the ground. Then his figure disappeared again and left a series of afterimages in the void. After 6 breaths, he blocked in front of Shen Lianyan. Shen Lianyan was stunned and his expression changed. Lin Tian actually chased after him and blocked in front of him. You! At this moment, Shen Lianyan felt a chill down his spine. Almost at the same time, the rest of the cultivators near the crossroads were shocked. This, flying by oneself, isn't this something that only a Zephyr realm cultivator can do? Rumor has it that Lin Tian is only at the 8th heaven of the Sea of Consciousness. But now this is... Everyone's eyes were wide open. Staring at Lin Tian, who was stepping in the void, everyone was shocked. Flying by oneself, this was obviously the Zephyr realm. Shen Lianyan was even more frightened. Without saying a word, he changed his direction and escaped into the distance again. At the same time, a golden bow appeared in Shen Lianyan's hand. He struggled to shoot a black arrow to stop Lin Tian's pursuit. The black arrow tore through the air. It was surrounded by a layer of light and emitted a whooshing sound. Its power was extremely shocking. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The aura of this arrow looked really tyrannical. He stepped through the void and grabbed the black arrow. Then he appeared in front of Shen Lianyan in a flash. You get out. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped out. Shen Lianyan coughed up blood and fell from the void. A loud bang was heard when he landed on the ground. He struggled to get up, but in the next moment, Lin Tian descended from the sky and stomped on his chest. Tell me where the Shen family is. Who are the people in the clan, and how strong are they? Lin Tan said coldly. Shen Lianyan's expression changed. Why are you asking this? Lin Tian exerted force with his right leg and broke one of Shen Lianyan's ribs. Now, I am the one asking you a question. Shen Lianyan was in pain and immediately let out a scream. Lin Tian grunted and did it himself. A ray of light rushed out from between his eyebrows and went straight into Shen Lianyan's sea of consciousness. When a cultivator reached the state of psyche, he could use his own consciousness to explore the sea of consciousness of others and find out their secrets. However, because the consciousness of the cultivator at the state of psyche was not very strong, most cultivators would not do this. Lin Tian's consciousness was very pure and strong. Now that he had reached the state of Zephyr, it was easy for him to use this technique. Shen Lianyan's expression changed when his sea of consciousness was invaded. He struggled madly. Lin Tian stomped him into the ground. After a while, Lin Tian's eyes flashed and he retracted his consciousness. The Shen family is quite a distance away from this place. The two strongest people in the clan are the head of the family and the Taishang elder. The head of the family is at the beginning stage of Tongxian, and the Taishang elder is at the second level of Tongxian. Now, both of them are in isolation and will only be out in about a month. Lin Tian Wei squinted his eyes. Two strong cultivators at the state of Tongxian. Their basic strength was not much different from the top 10 sections. Shen Lianyan shouted when his sea of consciousness was being searched. "Damn it, you puff!" Lin Tian waved his hand, and the black arrow in his right hand pierced through Shen Lianyan's throat. Shen Lianyan's mouth was filled with blood. He struggled for a while and suddenly stopped moving. From afar, a group of onlookers were shocked. A strong cultivator at the 4th level of Zephyr was killed so easily. 2 strong cultivators of Zephyr were killed, and a group of young talents were killed. The Shun family has suffered a great loss this time. This is not as bad as the Bai family, right? What do you know? Can the Shun family be compared to the ancient aristocratic families? How many strong cultivators of Zephyr are there in the clan? Every one of them is the pillar of the clan. The death of 2 strong cultivators of Zephyr and dozens of young talents is enough for the Shen family to feel sad for a while. Many of the rogue cultivators whispered. Lin Tian glanced at these people and then looked at the reddish-gold bow in Shen Lianyan's hand. He took the bow in his hand. It was very heavy, about 1,000 pounds. It was a top-grade treasure. With the bow in his left hand and the string in his right hand, Lin Tian tried to pull the string and was slightly surprised. With his current physical strength, it took a lot of effort to pull the bow into a full moon shape. At the same time, it also consumed a lot of vital vitality. No wonder Shen Lianyan had a hard time pulling the bow. He muttered to himself in a low voice, and then his eyes lit up a little. Since it takes a lot of energy to draw the bow, and it consumes a lot of true essence, then its power must be extraordinary. After thinking for a while, he pulled out the black arrow from Shen Lianyan's throat. The arrow was about 10 pounds. He put it on the bowstring and pulled the bow into a full moon shape. He aimed at a huge green rock 20 feet away and shot the arrow. With a swoosh, the black arrow was wrapped in a light screen of vital vitality. It flew like lightning, and with a bang, the huge green rock was shattered into powder. Lin Tian's eyes moved. The power was indeed very strong. From afar, the group of cultivators was stunned. It's just an arrow, and it shattered a huge rock that weighed 10,000 pounds? What kind of power is that? Even a cultivator at the peak of Zephyr would find it difficult to do that. Oh my God! How did that guy have such strong physical strength and vital vitality? Crazy! Demon! Many people were shocked. Lin Tian held the bow in his hand, and a glint flashed in his eyes. My physical body is very strong, and I don't have to worry about close-range combat. Now that I have such an extraordinary upper-grade, supreme treasure bow, I can easily kill enemies from a distance with the help of the refined arrows. At the same time, the destructive power of this bow would be very impressive if it was used to destroy ordinary city walls and gates. As he thought of this, the corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he thought of the location of the Shin family. He took off Shen Lianyan's stone ring and used his vital vitality to explore it. He found that there were 2 more black arrows in it. Including the one from afar, there are only 3 arrows in total. It's too little. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He thought for a while, and his eyes flashed, "Let's go and find more refined arrows. Then I'll go and find trouble with the Shen family." He walked to a distance and kept the black arrow. He did not stay and stepped into the void and left, walking in the air with ease. He has indeed reached the realm of Zephyr. I heard that he is only 17 years old. To be able to reach the realm of Zephyr at 17 years old, he's not any worse than the saint of a few sacred grounds. Many people were shocked. Seeing that Lin Tian was far away, these people turned to look at the dozens of corpses on the grass. They could not help but gasp. Speaking of which, why is the Shin family looking for trouble with Lin Tian? Is it also for the art of weapon control? Who knows? I have a feeling that the Shin family is going to be in big trouble. Some people murmured. After leaving the grassland, Lin Tian flew through the air. A cool breeze blew through the air, making him feel very comfortable. Not long after, he appeared in a place where many cultivators came and went. Haotian district, looking for some treasured arrows. This time, he did not hide anything and walked in directly. There were many cultivators in Haotian district. When they saw him, their expressions changed. Lin Tian, how dare he show up here so openly? Is he looking for death? Many people were surprised. Not long ago, Lin Tian had disguised himself and entered the vast Heaven District. He had destroyed one of the Bai family strongholds in the vast Heaven District. It could be said that he was extremely daring. In addition, he had killed the 7 heroes of the Bai family and a group of Bai family's young experts. Now, the Bai family sent a new cultivator to Haotian district to take care of the strongholds that Lin Tian destroyed. At this time, Lin Tian swaggered into Haotian district without concealing himself. The cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian knew what these people were thinking. He did not say much and walked into a treasure armament pavilion. "What do you need?" A middle-aged man came up to him. In the next moment, the middle-aged man recognized Lin Tian and his expression changed. "Do you have arrows like this here?" Lin Tian took out a black arrow and asked. The middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly said, "Sorry, we don't have it here." The treasure armament pavilion was run by a small sect that was not very powerful. The middle-aged man was the person in charge here and was at the 9th heaven of his mind. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Tian come here to buy arrows, he was shocked. This was someone that the ancient families wanted to kill. He did not dare to trade with such a person. If the Bai family was angered, the sect would be finished. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He flashed past and came to the treasure armament rack. He saw that there were many golden arrows in a certain position on the rack. There were more than 70 of them. "Isn't this?" Lin Tian Ondao said. He took out a pure gold arrow and found that this arrow was made of black iron. Each arrow weighed more than 10 kilograms, and the tip of the arrow was very sharp. It was not inferior to the black arrows in his stone ring. This is... The middle-aged man hurriedly came up to him. "What's the price?" Lin Tian asked calmly. The middle-aged man trembled. Originally, he did not want to have anything to do with Lin Tian because of the Bai family. But now that Lin Tian saw the arrow, how could he not sell it? The Bai family was scary, but this person in front of him was also ruthless. He destroyed an ancient family's stronghold, just like that. If he deliberately refused to sell and angered this person, he would be in big trouble. In the end, Lin Tian got more than 70 golden arrows and stepped out of the treasure armament pavilion. "You finally dared to show up." A cold voice sounded. Outside the treasure armament pavilion, 5 middle-aged men blocked the way. Each of them was at the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm. Chapter 360. Reading on a mobile phone. Outside the treasure armament pavilion, the 5 middle-aged men from the Bai clan stood in front, surrounded by cultivators. Knowing that Lin Tian had entered the vast sky district and that the Bai clan was here to suppress Lin Tian, there were naturally a lot of people in the district who came to watch the show. He really didn't hide anything. How bold! Doesn't he know that the Bai clan sent a new expert to the vast sky district to take care of the destroyed stronghold? I heard that he's at the 8th heaven of the spiritual sea and can kill enemies 4 levels away. But now he's facing 5 experts at the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm. The difference in their cultivation is too great. I'm afraid he won't be able to survive. Many people whispered. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He looked at the 5 middle-aged men from the Bai clan without a trace of panic. Sirs, he's looking for me. The person in charge of the treasure armament pavilion walked out and apologized in fear. He never thought that the Bai clan would actually block the entrance of the treasure armament pavilion. If they knew that the treasure armament pavilion sold Lin Tian dozens of arrows, they might be in big trouble. The 5 men from the Bai clan looked cold. Do you want to end it yourself or wait for us to do it? The 5 men from the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm were all very confident. Their combat, strength, and battle experience were amazing. Lin Tian smiled and didn't reply. Instead, he said, I heard that you've built a new stronghold in the vast sky district. The faces of the 5 men from the Bai clan turned cold. Lin Tian's words were undoubtedly exposing the scars of the Bai clan. Such words will only cause you to die miserably. One of them said coldly, Are you angry out of humiliation? Lin Tian asked. The middle-aged man from the Bai clan who spoke had an even colder expression. A terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him. One of them said. Instantly, the man who spoke acted. He activated the Supreme God palm and pressed it towards Lin Tian. Suddenly, a huge palm print enveloped him. The Supreme God palm of the Bai clan, one of the core secret techniques. So strong. If only I had such a divine ability as well. If you knew such a technique, your family and friends would probably all die miserably. That's true. That's an important technique of the ancient aristocratic families. Someone nearby said. A large hazy palm imprint appeared. Light mist covered the area, making many people feel apprehensive. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He used the divining divine technique and used the same godless palm. Let's see if your godless palm is stronger or if mine is stronger, he said. With a shake of his right hand, he unleashed a similar giant palm imprint to meet this person from the Bai clan. Such a scene immediately shocked everyone present. Outside of the Bai clan, there were actually other people who knew the supreme divine palm. The faces of the 5 middle-aged men from the Bai family changed drastically. Where did you learn the supreme divine palm? Take a guess. Lin Tiandao. His palm trembled as he used the divining divine art to activate the soulless palm, which collided with the middle-aged man's soulless palm. With a hong sound, brilliant light filled the sky. The Bai clan members staggered backwards. Supreme divine palm versus supreme divine palm. The Bai family is actually at a disadvantage. An outsider was actually stronger than the Bai family's General Wushin. And he can actually force a 4th layer of the Zephyr realm back. 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness. Without using any special means, he shouldn't be able to do such a thing. Many people stared. 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness against 4th layer of Zephyr realm, easily forcing a 4th layer of Zephyr realm back. This shocked all the cultivators. This kind of combat power could no longer be described as exaggerated and abnormal, because it was simply impossible. The 5 middle-aged men from the Bai family were livid. They were ashamed and resentful. The Supreme Divine Palm was their Bai family's secret technique, but now Lin Tian used the Supreme Divine Palm to fight with them, but they were at a disadvantage. This was simply a slap in the face. At the same time, what shocked the 5 people even more was that Lin Tian actually easily pushed back one of the 5 people. This was somewhat impossible. How could an 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness defeat a 4th layer of Zephyr Realm? The man who used the Supreme Divine Palm opened his mouth, gritting his teeth, and said, You, who is in the Sea of Consciousness, can't be my opponent. What kind of despicable means did you use? Staring at Lin Tian, the Bai family strongman's eyes were full of cold light. He remembered the special means Lin Tian used to destroy the 3 strongholds of his family, disrupting and even sealing the spiritual ether of the cultivators. Staring at this person, Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. Do I need special means to deal with you? Besides, who told you that I am now in the sea of consciousness realm? Looking at the 5 middle-aged men of the Bai family, he slowly rose into the air and stood above the void 300 feet above the ground. Suddenly, everyone's face changed. Rising into the air on his own. Zephyr realm, someone exclaimed, staring at Lin Tian. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled and their eyes widened. Half a month ago, the man was still in the 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness. Half a month later, he actually reached the Zephyr realm. Stepping into the Zephyr realm, for a cultivator, was a huge transformation. The faces of the 5 men of the Bai family were extremely ugly, even more purple than eggplants. Zephyr realm. Damn it. He was only in the 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness half a month ago. How can he reach the Zephyr realm in such a short time? Don't worry about it. Let's go and kill him together. One of them gritted his teeth and said. Suddenly, all 5 of them rose into the air together and rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian Chao glanced down, and with a thought, a golden bow appeared in his hand. A faint light circulated, and in the next moment, a golden arrow appeared in his hand, and he knocked it on the bowstring. Let's see how powerful this golden bow is in actual combat. He pulled the bowstring full and loosened it slightly. Suddenly, the golden arrow turned into a golden bolt of lightning and flew out. The arrow was so fast that it brought with it the sound of wind and thunder, shaking the void. PFFTT. The man at the front of the Bai family was pierced by a golden arrow before he could react, and he screamed on the spot. At the same time, the golden arrow dragged his body and flew more than 30 feet away, shattering his body in the distance. Third brother. The other 4 people of the Bai family were shocked. In the surroundings, the crowd of onlookers was dumbstruck, and all of them were terrified. This arrow killed a 4th layer of Zephyr realm. He could kill a 3rd layer of Zephyr realm when he was only in the 8th layer of Sea of Consciousness. Now that he has stepped into the Zephyr realm, his combat strength is still so terrifying. Maybe he is more terrifying than we thought. This is a monster. Many people were frightened. Lin Tian stared into the distance, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. The golden arrow with the golden bow was indeed powerful. Thief! The 4 people of the Bai family roared, with a murderous look on their faces, and once again pressed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled coldly. He stood still, and 4 arrows appeared at the same time, and he placed them on the bowstring. He bent the bow to a full moon and released the bowstring. The 4 golden arrows trembled and rushed out like 4 golden bolts of lightning. They were as fast as lightning, and their momentum was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 4 bloody mists exploded. The 4 people of the Bai family were penetrated one after another, and then they were torn apart and blood stained the ground. It should be known that every single one of the golden arrows that Lin Tian shot out weighed over 12 pounds. After pouring in his tyrannical physical strength and dense true core force, their destructive power could be said to be terrifying. How could an ordinary person withstand it? All around, everyone was frightened and could not say a word. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He slowly descended from the void, walked to the remains of the 5 people of the Bai family, and put away the 5 golden arrows. When he put away the arrows, he thought that he should leave his divine sense imprint on the arrows later, so that it would be easier to control them with the weapon control technique. In this way, he would not have to personally retrieve the arrows every time he shot them. He glanced around and then walked down in a direction. Soon he came to a familiar place. In front of him was a magnificent pavilion, where the Bai family's stronghold was located. Before this, He destroyed the Bai family's stronghold. Now the Bai family had rebuilt it and sent a new powerhouse to take care of it. Everything was a new beginning, and it was just the beginning. When he arrived, Lin Tian did not stop at all. He strode in. Soon, exclamations and angry voices came from inside. Lin Tian, how dare you come in like this? Do you think the Bai family has no one? Be careful. Don't let him use any more despicable methods. Kill him. Cold voices came from inside the pavilion, but soon those voices turned into screams. Outside the pavilion, some people followed Lin Tian here. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian break into the Bai family stronghold and heard the angry screams from inside, they could not help but gasp. Finally, a few minutes later, with a hong sound, this pavilion was hacked open, breaking into pieces. Lin Tian walked out, leaving a dozen corpses behind. He stepped into the void and left. Some people came forward and saw the miserable state of the pavilion, and they all trembled. This 3/4 level of the Zephyr Realm, 6 second level of the Zephyr Realm, and 9 Sea of Consciousness cultivators, all dead. The Bai family is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. How did they provoke such a disaster? Many people swallowed their saliva. Not long ago, the Bai family stronghold in the Haotian district was destroyed by Lin Tian, and a group of powerhouses died. Now, in a hurry, the Bai family sent new powerhouses to the Haotian district to rebuild the destroyed stronghold. But now the stronghold was destroyed by the same person again in less than 3 days, and another group of powerhouses died. This was a slap in the face. At the same time, in this place, someone thought of something else. That Lin Tian just now seemed to have left by stepping on the void. This seems to be the case. That guy has reached the airborne realm. Did you just find out? He just showed it on the other side, killing 5/4 level of the Zephyr Realm powerhouses. What? Such a thing happened. I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone's expression changed again. Soon the news spread. Lin Tian, whom the Bai family was searching for, had reappeared and reached the airborne realm. He entered the Haotian district for the second time and destroyed the Bai family stronghold again, killing everyone inside, shocking the world again. What? He actually reached the airborne realm? Wasn't it said that half a month ago he was only at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness? In half a month, he broke through the 8th and 9th levels of the Sea of Consciousness and stepped into the airborne realm. Isn't this cultivation speed too fast? The Bai family stronghold was destroyed by that guy again. What kind of hatred? What kind of hatred? The people of the Bai family will probably vomit blood from anger. Many people were shocked. The second level of the Heaven District was slightly shaken again. It was also on this day that Lin Tian left the Haotian district and flew. Soon he appeared in a celestial mountain. There was a palace in front of him. It was grand and imposing, and the gate was tall, comparable to the Wuji Gate. The Shen family. Chapter 361. Reading on a mobile phone. The Shen family, like the other 2 alchemist families and the top 10 sects, were all located in the Celestial Mountains. The spiritual energy in the Celestial Mountains was usually very dense, which was suitable for the disciples of the family to cultivate. Lin Tian came to a stop 100 feet away from the Shen family's courtyard. Looking around, there were many luxurious palaces in the Shen family, which looked very magnificent. Nice atmosphere. Lin Tian smiled faintly. That day he was hunted down by the Shen family and almost died. Today he came here to settle the score. Creak, 100 feet away, a loud noise came from the Shen family's courtyard. The door was pushed open, and dozens of disciples walked out. Elder Shen Hui and Elder Shen Lianyan died in the hands of that bastard. Moreover, it is said that the bastard has reached the airborne realm. His combat power is even more terrifying. The leading disciple of the Shen family said solemnly, "This time, everyone has to be careful. Do not reveal your identity. Just focus on your training, understand? But are we just going to let it go? No, we can pretend to be ordinary rogue, cultivators, or disciples of small sects while we train. Once we see traces of the bastard, we will immediately report back to the family's powerhouses and let the family's airborne realm powerhouses deal with him. That's right. We can do that. But remember to be careful. Understood? According to Shin Shinyu's lineage, Lin Tian has mastered the lost treasured art of alchemy. Once we suppress him and obtain the treasured art of alchemy, the Shen family's power will increase exponentially. Maybe one day we will be able to catch up with the ancient families. If that is the case in the future when we travel the world, many people will be afraid of us and we will be respected by everyone. Yes, let's go. We must find Lin Tian as soon as possible. Many of the Shen family's disciples were excited. They rubbed their hands and were eager to try. You are looking for me? At this moment, a voice was heard. Lin Tian walked from the front with a faint smile on his face. He stopped in front of the Shen family. Lin Tian, it's you. You actually, quick. Shinyu, you go. Report to the clan elders that Lin Tian is here. Everyone else, quickly retreat to your clans. Don't confront him directly. Retreat, the leading disciple of the Shen family said. Lin Tian's notoriety had spread far and wide. After he killed Shen Hui and Shan Lianyan, the Shen family knew that he had reached the Zephyr state. As such, how would the young disciples of the Shen family dare to confront Lin Tian? At this moment, after seeing Lin Tian, each and every one of them had expressions of fear. They all retreated, wanting to escape back to their clans. Lin Tianyi smiled. He raised his right hand, and a high-grade supreme treasure sword appeared. He slashed out a large amount of fiery sword energy. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered all over the ground. On the spot, several disciples of the Shen family fell into a pool of blood. Shinyu, who rushed back to the Shin family to report, was directly beheaded. His head rolled a few feet away, but his eyes were still open. Since you have already come out, why go back? Lin Tiandao walked towards the disciples of the Shen family. The leading disciple of the Shin family spoke. He was at the peak of the 9th level of his sense of perception. He said in a deep voice, Lin Tian, this is the headquarters of the Shen family. You are too bold to come here alone. You are digging your own grave. The headquarters of the Shen family? At most, it is comparable to the top 10 sections. Do you think that the Shin family is a tiger's den that I can't enter? Lin Tian mocked him. He didn't dare to enter the Bai family. After all, they were a great faction that had been passed down since ancient times. There were many immortal ascension realm cultivators in the family, and there were even great virtue realm cultivators. With his current realm, he might die if he forced his way into such a huge faction. Compared to the Bai family, the Shin family was nothing. Just as Bai Qiu had told him before, compared to the ancient families, the Shin family and the top 10 sects were like caterpillars that could be crushed with a wave of his hand. He didn't dare to enter the Bai family now, but he had no problem entering the Shin family. He didn't need to worry about anything. You are too arrogant, the leader of the dozens of disciples of the Shin family said through gritted teeth. You just realized? Lin Tiandao. He didn't want to waste his breath on these ordinary disciples of the Shen family. He raised his hand and slashed out streaks of sword energy. With a puff, the leader of the dozens of disciples of the Shen family had his throat cut. He fell into a pool of blood on the spot. At the same time, the expressions of the others changed. They were terrified. Elders, Lin Tian is here. Elder, save me. Ah! The young disciples of the Shin family screamed. Blood splattered in the air. This place was not far from the Shen family. Soon, someone in the Shen family heard the screams and looked over. In the next moment, the expressions of those who saw the scene changed. They rang the Shin family's alarm bell. Immediately, everyone in the Shen family was shocked. What's going on? Lin Tian. That Lin Tian is here. What? Some of the elites of the Shin family were shocked and angry. Immediately, a powerhouse in the early stage of the Zephyr realm opened the door and rushed over. Seeing the elites of their family rushing out, the disciples of the Shin family were pleasantly surprised. That's great. Elders, over here. Help! Someone shouted. Lin Tianyi swung his sword. The burning sword swept out and cut off the heads of several Shun family disciples. Then he put away his long sword, and a golden longbow appeared in his hand. 5 golden arrows appeared at the same time and were knocked on the bowstring. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking was heard. The 5 golden arrows turned into 5 golden lightning bolts and appeared in front of the Shin family's main gate in an instant. What's this? A powerhouse in the early stage of the Zephyr realm who rushed out of the Shin family was shocked. Before he could react, his head was blown off by the arrow. At the same time, another group of Shun family elites who were rushing out of the gate was killed one after another. Puff! 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 The golden arrows rushed over, leaving streaks of blood behind. They shot the elites of the Shin family one after another. Lin Tian didn't stop. Another arrow appeared in his right hand. The sound of air breaking was ear-piercing. The golden arrows with a faint curtain of light were like golden dragons under his tyrannical physical strength. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of the Shun family's main gate again. The next moment, with a loud bang, several golden arrows hit the Shin family's main gate steadily. The tyrannical power shattered the Shin family's main gate on the spot, splashing debris everywhere. Some of the elites of the Shin family were rushing out. After seeing this scene, they were all frightened and couldn't help but retreat. Hundreds of feet away, some of the Shin family's disciples saw this scene. Their faces were all pale. Before, they were still discussing how to find Lin Tian's trace. They were imagining how powerful their branch would become after suppressing Lin Tian and obtaining the elixir technique. But now the person in question was directly in front of them and shot down the main gate of their family. Some of them screamed in fear and ran away quickly. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He held the golden bow in his left hand and used it as a sword. He swung it away directly. With a clang, the dense sword light scattered in all directions. Puff! 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 In the blink of an eye, the young disciples of the Shen family fell down one by one. They were all dead. When the people of the Shen family saw this scene, they were all filled with hatred. Lin Tian! Someone roared. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He looked at the Shen family and drew his bow again. Another golden arrow pierced through the sky. His physical strength was incomparably strong, and his true origin was even more astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the golden arrow pierced through the Shen family. With a puff, the Shen family's elite, who was roaring angrily, had his throat pierced through. He fell straight down. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Shin family was shocked and retreated. There were thick stone walls on both sides of the Shen family's courtyard. They were hundreds of feet wide, as if they were built to defend against external enemies. After Lin Tian destroyed the Shen family's courtyard and killed all the Shin family's disciples who went out, he did not stop. He drew his bow again. Golden arrows flew out like golden lightning, shooting huge holes in the thick stone walls built by the Shin family. In the blink of an eye, the Shen family's courtyard was ruined. It was as if it had suffered a great disaster. There were broken pieces of stone everywhere. Someone in the Shen clan roared in anger, and his expression was extremely ugly. His clan could be considered to have been passed down for thousands of years, but now they were forced to the door by a cultivator of the flight tier, who killed their own clan's disciples in front of their own clan's door, and even destroyed the clan's hull. Since the founding of the Shun clan, when had something like this ever happened? The Shun family had never been humiliated like this before. Hundreds of feet away from the Shun family, Lin Tian did not seem to hear anything. He still stood there quietly and drew his bow again and again. Whoosh! 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 The golden arrows pierced through the void and shattered the stone walls. They rushed into the Shin family, causing many of the Shin family's disciples to suffer. For a moment, many people in the Shin family were angry and frightened. "You're courting death," a cold voice sounded. Two middle-aged men rushed out of the Shin family. One of them was dressed in green. He was the master of the Shin family who went out to stop Lin Tian not long ago. He controlled the green elixir fire of the 3rd level. His attainment in elixir arts was extraordinary. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the flight realm. His name was Shen Yunduan. The middle-aged man next to Shen Yunduan was called Shin Jingli. His elixir qi was extraordinary. Obviously, he was also a powerful alchemist. His cultivation was also at the 7th level of the flight realm. He was far stronger than other cultivators of the same level. The two of them rose into the sky, seeing their family members die one by one. Their eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Their killing intent was very strong. "If I don't kill you, the will of the heavens will not tolerate it," Shen Yunduan said coldly. Lin Tian was disdainful. He climbed up the void step by step until he was at the same level as Shen Yunduan and Shin Jingli. Staring at the two of them, his face was full of sarcasm. "Your Shen family chased after me to steal my precious technique. Now that I've forced you to the door, you say such words. You make it seem like your Shin family is wronged. Don't you have any shame?" Shen Yunduan stared at Lin Tian. His face was cold. No need to talk nonsense with him. Just suppress him and find out the secret technique of elixir arts he knows. Then we can kill him slowly. Shin Zhengli's face was cold. He directly urged the green elixir fire of the 3rd level. At the same time, he displayed the elixir sword art. Boom! Chapter 362. Reading on a mobile phone facing Shin Zhengli's sword light and alchemy fire. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Ephidacia clang. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Golden arrows shot out from all around the Shen family's gate. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Shen Zhengli and Shan Yunduan. They were like bolts of lightning as they attacked the two of them. Both of them paled. Just now, Lin Tianyi had shot a total of 21 golden arrows, all of which he had imprinted with his soul consciousness. Now he was using the weapon control technique to make these golden arrows move together, their tips flashing with threatening light. Shin Yunduan and Shin Zhengli were shocked. Their alchemy fire surged, forcing back the arrows that were approaching them. For a moment, both of them seemed to be in a passive position. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He didn't move a single step, but he drew the bow again. 5 golden arrows whizzed out. The arrows were like golden lightning, piercing through the sky, heading straight for Shen Yunduan and Shin Jingli. Their power was frightening. "Be careful, elders," someone in the Shin family shouted loudly. Lin Tian's eyes slightly slanted. Another golden arrow appeared in his hand, shooting toward the Shin family. With a puff, the Shin family member who opened his mouth was pierced through the throat, falling into a pool of blood on the spot. "Bastard!" Shan Yunduan shouted. The blue alchemy fire surged, covering his whole body, burning the space around him, making the golden arrows around them sizzle, as if they would melt in the next moment. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The bow is a top-grade supreme treasure, but the arrows are just ordinary weapons. They can't resist the blazing alchemy fire. With a move of his mind, all the golden arrows scattered, turning toward the Shen family. Many people in the Shen family saw the golden arrows rushing toward them, and their expressions changed. "Get out of the way!" Shen Yunduan shouted in the air. Unfortunately, it was too late. Puff! Puff! Pooh! The glaring red blood floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people in the Shin family were pierced through by the pure gold arrows. After this, the crimson gold arrows didn't stop at all. They transformed into rays of light that shot towards the surroundings of the Chin clan, shattering numerous pavilions and piercing through numerous pavilions. Some of the plants were even shattered into pieces from the collision. Elder, ah, damn it, retreat to the depths of the clan. Screams and roars continued to ring out. In the blink of an eye, the front of the Shen family's house was destroyed. Shin Yunduan and Shen Zhengli were furious. They both tilted their heads and stared at Lin Tian. Suppress him first, Shin Zhengli said. The two of them flew through the air and arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. The green alchemic fire surged down, and the temperature was frighteningly high. Lin Tian shook his right hand, and the flame transformation seal appeared, engulfing all the blue pill fire in the sky. Trying to display your alchemy skills in front of me? You're overestimating yourself. He was full of mockery. He had the medicine encyclopedia, which was left by one of the 9 celestial lords, the medicine master. It was a complete alchemy encyclopedia that recorded all the alchemy skills. In terms of alchemy skills, there weren't many people in this realm who could compare to him. His right hand shook, and the flame transformation seal trembled, spitting out all the blue flames that were engulfed. Shin Yunduan and Shin Zhengli attacked at the same time and scattered the alchemic fire in the sky. Their faces were ashen. They rushed towards Lin Tian, one on the left and one on the right. They displayed their alchemy sword techniques from far away and hung high in the sky. Boom! Tyrannical power spread out, and the sword light covered the sky, crazily pressing down. The space was distorted and deformed, as if it would be penetrated in the next moment. The 7th layer of the Zephyr realm is indeed extraordinary. It's indeed very powerful. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. With his current battle strength, killing a 5th layer of the Zephyr realm was not difficult. However, facing a 7th layer of the Zephyr realm cultivator, it was not so easy. After all, there was a gap of 6 levels between them. However, the 7th layer of the Zephyr realm did not make him feel any pressure. He raised his right hand, and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols condensed, and all the sword light that fell from the sky disappeared. With a whoosh, Shin Zhengli turned into a beam of light and rushed in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye and slapped down. This palm carried a green alchemy fire, and its power was also very great. It caused the space around it to tremble, and it emitted rumbling sounds. This palm will only shatter all the meridians in your body, Shin Zhengli said coldly. Is that so? The corner of Lin Tian's mouth raised slightly. His current physique was enough to be called a king in the Zephyr realm, and this Shin Zhengli dared to get so close to him. He did not make any unnecessary movements. He raised his right hand and punched. With a boom, he threw out a punch, and it was like a thunder rumbling, directly letting out a loud bang, which was violent and terrifying. Shen Jingli's expression suddenly changed. You, PFFTT. Shin Jingli's arm, which was pressed down, was directly smashed and blood splashed out. Inside the Shen family, many people saw this scene, and all of their expressions changed greatly. How is this possible? Lord Jingli is at the 7th layer of the Zephyr realm, and his physical strength is not as strong as Lin Tian's. He seems to have just entered the Zephyr realm. Shin Jingli covered his broken arm and staggered back. His face was pale and ugly, and at the same time there was a strong shock. At this moment, Lin Tian drew his bow again, and 3 black arrows appeared on the bowstring. The bowstring was pulled into a full moon. The 3 black arrows were all aimed at Shin Jingli. Whoosh! 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 Lin Tian released the bowstring, and the 3 black arrows turned into 3 bolts of lightning, rushing towards Shen Jingli. Watch out! Shan Yunduan shouted and rushed towards Shen Jingli, urging his alchemic fire to meet the attack. At this moment, the sound of air breaking was heard again. 21 golden arrows rushed out from inside the Shen family, turned into bolts of golden lightning, and all of them were aimed at Shen Yinduan, causing Shen Yinduan's expression to change. And this was not the only time. At the same time, the 3 black arrows that were originally rushing towards Shen Zhengli changed direction in the air, and all of them stabbed toward Shen Yinduan. The 3 black arrows also had spiritual imprints, and Lin Tian operated them with the weapon control technique, so it was naturally easy to change their direction. Shen Yinduan was shocked and angry. "Damn it, you tricked me." Shen Yinduan was originally going to help Shen Jingli, and it was difficult for him to perfectly withdraw his attack. At this moment, he encountered dozens of golden arrows and 3 black arrows, and his attack and defense rhythm was suddenly a bit disrupted. He roared, and the green alchemic fire surged, and the alchemic sword moved unhindered, forcibly shaking off the dozens of arrows, and his body took a step back. At this moment, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang rock and moved in front of Shen Yinduan. Shen Yinduan's expression changed, and he hurriedly waved his right fist towards Lin Tian. Lin Tianling laughed and directly smashed down with his fist. Without the slightest doubt, Shen Yinduan's right hand shattered into pieces. Damn it! Shen Yinduan was shocked and angry at the same time. Holding his broken arm, he quickly flashed into the distance. At this time, Shen Yinduan's expression was extremely unsightly. Not long ago, he was chased by a person who could not resist, and now he was actually forced to the front door of his Shen family and smashed his arm with a punch. Such a contrast was hard for him to accept. "You, who are at the 7th layer of the levitating realm, actually know how to escape?" Lin Tian mocked. He did not stop at all and used the weapon control technique to control dozens of arrows to stop Shen Jingli, while he stepped on the yin and yang rock, leaving behind after images in the void, and in an instant he once again pressed in front of Shen Yinduan. "You!" Bang! Lin Tian punched the second time, and Shen Yinduan screamed, blood gushing out of his mouth, and his chest was directly smashed inwards. Without stopping at all, Lin Tian once again approached Shen Yinduan, and the third punch was raised, falling mercilessly. This punch was especially tyrannical, bringing along bursts of wind and thunder, and there were even wisps of electric arcs flashing at the end of the fist. Puff! Blood exploded, and Shen Yinduan could not dodge, and was smashed into pieces on the spot, dyeing the sky with blood. In the Shen family, the people watching this place all changed their expressions. At this time, they stared at Lin Tian, and all of the Shen family members were terrified. With only 3 punches, he had actually killed an expert of the 7th tier of the Zephyr realm from their family. What kind of violent combat strength was this? Yinduan. Shen Jingli was extremely angry. Lin Tian tilted his head, sneered, and stepped on the yin and yang rock to get close to Shen Jingli. Buzz! He formed a seal with his hands, and the barren heaven realm, the divine rock palace, and the 9 springs sword rushed behind him, all pressed down on Shen Jingli. He used the divination divine spell with his cultivation in the Zephyr realm, and evolved the divine weapon of the king's territory. The power was many times stronger than when he was in the Sea of Consciousness realm. The void immediately collapsed, causing black cracks to appear in the space. Shen Zhengli roared, and used all of his means, magic secret arts, the alchemy killing sword, and alchemy fire, all rushed toward Lin Tian together. Boom! The two collided with each other, and the brilliance surged all over the sky. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he used the yin and yang rock, leaving afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Shen Jingli. His right hand clenched into a fist, and there were electric arcs crackling at the end of the fist, and he blasted toward Shen Jingli. Boom! The violent punch made a huge roar in the space again. Shen Jingli's alchemy fire was directly crushed, and Lin Tian's fist landed firmly on his chest, shattering it on the spot. Elder Jingli. The Shen family members' faces changed drastically. 2 of their families, 7th heavenly layer powerhouses, were killed, just like that. This was a great loss. Lin Tian stood in the void, and his eyes were emotionless. One golden arrow after another appeared in his hand, and he once again aimed at the Shun family members. The golden arrows turned into golden lightning, and with great force they crushed the Shen family's attics into pieces. Puff! 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 Bloody light exploded one after another, and many of the Shen family members were killed, and the ground was stained with blood. Screams of horror rang out in the Shen family, and many people fled in panic. Some people were horrified. What kind of evil star did the Shen family provoke? They were forced to the front gate, destroyed the family, and killed 2 7th heavenly layer elders. Now he was standing in the void and shooting arrows at the Shen family, blocking the gate and killing people. This was simply a great humiliation. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. He stood in the void, and he just kept pulling the bow and shooting arrows. Whoosh! 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 The golden arrows cut through the sky like golden dragons, and their power was shocking. In the blink of an eye, 1/5 of the Shun family's attics were shot into pieces, and debris was everywhere. Evil creature! A cold voice sounded. 5 old men rushed out from the Shin family, and their auras were extremely strong, and all of them were at the peak of the airborne realm. Chapter 363. Lin Tianwei was shocked. The fluctuation was shocking. It was definitely not something that a Zephyr Plane cultivator could release. The leader of this branch has come out of seclusion. Or is it that Supreme Elder? He narrowed his eyes. In the sky above the Shin family, 5 old men walked toward Lin Tian. Their faces were cold, and their eyes were full of killing intent. One of them made a move right away. His move was like a thunderbolt, and the sky was filled with sword aura. Lin Tianling snorted. The barren heaven world rushed forward and pressed forward. Boom! When the two collided, the sky was filled with killing intent, and the void was torn apart. Lin Tian took a step back, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that I'm still not strong enough to fight a Zephyr Plane cultivator. He said to himself, "You can block it." A strange light flashed in the eyes of the old man who made the move. He snorted and pressed forward again. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He moved his mind slightly, and the golden arrows and black arrows moved together, forming a large array. The array was like a divine sword, slashing at the old man of the Shen family. The void buzzed and sizzled. The old man of the Shen family dodged and slapped down with his palm. With a boom, the sky full of arrows collapsed and scattered in all directions. Sky-turning flame. The old man of the Shen family shouted. A fire seal rushed up like a cauldron, bringing with it a strong pressure. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He used the divining divine skill to activate the place where Lord Daorin comprehended the way and went forward. With another boom, the sky-turning flame collapsed. Lin Tian and the old man of the Shen family both took a step back. Such a scene shocked the other 4 old men of the Shen family. He has such combat strength when he just entered the Zephyr Plane. Does he have some kind of king body? One of them said, "Let's go together and suppress him as fast as we can." Another person said. The 4 of them nodded and walked over together with the powerhouse at the peak of the Zephyr realm, who was the first to rush out from the Shin family. They joined forces to suppress Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. While his combat prowess at the moment was frightening, it was still impossible for him to take on 5 beings at the peak of the airborne realm at the same time. With a single thought, the dozens of arrows flew back into his stone ring. After that, he lashed out with the 9th Sword of the Sun incinerating sword and quickly retreated backward. Each step he took covered a distance of several feet. "Stop him!" The eyes of the 5 members of the Shen family turned cold. The 5 people's speed was extremely fast, like 5 rays of light, chasing after Lin Tian. Lin Tianling smiled. Don't bother. If I wanted to leave, would you be able to stop me? He had cultivated the yin and yang hua, which could be said to be a supreme movement technique. As soon as he used it, his speed suddenly increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, he had left the 5 members of the Shen family dozens of feet behind him. The expressions of the 5 members of the Shen family changed. They never expected Lin Tian to be so fast that they couldn't catch up with him. At this moment, an even more terrifying aura rushed out from the depths of the Shen family. The void shook, and a huge hand of divine light reached out from the depths of the Shen family. It covered the sky and the sun, and in the blink of an eye, it came close and covered Lin Tian entirely. Lin Tian was shocked. Divine power? Divine power was a power that only beings at the reaching immortal realm possessed. At this moment, a reaching immortal from the Shen family attacked him. It's the family leader. The 5 members of the Shen family looked delighted. The hand of divine light covered all directions, as if a giant of light had stretched out its hand. It was terrifying and frightening. Lin Tian felt the terrifying divine power contained in this giant hand, and a chill ran down his spine. However, he was not afraid because of this. He clenched his right fist, and his 5 fingers made cracking sounds as he punched at the hand of divine light. Boom! A loud sound came from the void, and divine light flooded the surroundings. Lin Tian retreated and turned into a black shadow that shot into the distance. Only a cold laugh could be heard. This is just the beginning. The 5 members of the Shen family stood in the void, and their expressions were extremely ugly. The 5 of them attacked together, and the family leader, who was at the reaching immortal realm, even released a trace of divine power. However, they couldn't stop a cultivator at the early stage of the flying flight realm. This was a great loss of face. The 5 of them looked back and saw the miserable state of the Shen family. Almost 1/5 of the family's land was destroyed, and their expressions became even gloomier. Damn it! The 5 of them gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Their family had been around for thousands of years, and they were on good terms with all the major forces. They had never been humiliated like this. After leaving the Shen family's land, Lin Tian felt a little better. He had vented his anger. It's a pity that no one is watching. I didn't embarrass the Shen family to the extreme. He muttered to himself. After thinking about it, he looked in several other directions. I'll go and meet the 9 sects one by one. Touching his chin, he suddenly smiled and said, I'll bring some onlookers with me this time. It'll be more interesting that way. Not long after, he appeared on a main road. He didn't bother to hide himself, and many cultivators on the road were shocked. Many people stared at Lin Tian, pointed at him, and whispered something. Everyone, I'm going to lead a few good shows. If anyone wants to watch, follow me. Lin Tian Ondao. After saying that, he didn't care about the reactions of these rogue cultivators and walked away. Good shows. This guy, what is he going to do? Is he going to cause trouble at the other 2 strongholds of the Bai family? There are a few masters at the peak of the flying flight realm there. No, this is not the direction of those in the vast heaven area. It doesn't seem to be the case. This forget it, let's follow him and see. Everyone was curious, especially Lin Tian. Now that his fierce reputation had spread throughout the second heaven, he was in the limelight. Such a person said that he was going to lead a few good shows, which naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. A large group of people immediately followed him. Lin Tian walked into the distance, looked back, and smiled slightly. He didn't fly. He walked completely on foot, heading in a certain direction. Along the way, he encountered many rogue cultivators. He said the same thing to them, causing more and more cultivators to follow him. They all wanted to see what kind of show he was going to put on. Soon a day passed. In one day, there were already 300 to 400 people following Lin Tian. Some were rogue cultivators, and some were disciples of small sections. On this day, he walked out of the main road, entered an immortal mountain, and came to the gate of a magnificent sect. This, Taoism. What's going on? People from several major sects are looking for him. What is this guy doing here? Many people stared at him. The gate of Taoism was magnificent. It was 3 feet high, dazzling in gold and jade, and its aura was astonishing. As far as the eye could see, the courtyard was filled with palaces and main peaks. On the surface, it looked even more immortal than the Shun family. At this time, in front of the gate of Taoism, a disciple noticed the crowd and walked over with a sullen face. "Who are you? Why are you gathered here in Taoism?" The disciple suddenly saw Lin Tian in front of the crowd, and his expression changed. Lin, it's you." Lin Tian had killed hundreds of people, including the 7 heroes of the ancient by family. How could ordinary people not be afraid of him? Seeing Lin Tian at this time, the disciple of Taoism ran back and shouted, "Someone, Lin Tian Sha is here!" "What? Lin Tian is here? Is he that Lin Tian who can control weapons?" Many disciples of Taoism changed their expressions. Immediately, many people rushed out of the gate and saw Lin Tian. For a moment, everyone's expression changed. How dare he come here? These people were shocked. This was the place where Taoism was established, and there were experts who had reached the immortal realm guarding it. Many disciples of Taoism widened their eyes when they saw Lin Tian barging in. Then, some people's eyes turned cold. "He's courting death," someone said. At a glance, some disciples of the true martial arts sect rushed into the sect. Obviously, they were going to report to the experts of the sect. Lin Tian looked at this scene, and his expression did not change at all. Everyone watched the show. He said with a smile. With a move of his mind, a golden bow appeared in his hand. A few pure golden arrows also appeared and were all placed on the bowstring. He drew the bow to a full moon and aimed at the gate of Taoism from afar. His action caused everyone's eyes to widen. This guy, don't tell me he wants to destroy the gate of Taoism. Someone trembled. With a whoosh, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Lin Tian released the bowstring, and the golden arrows rushed forward like lightning. The arrows streaked across the sky. One of the arrows pierced through the body of a Taoism disciple who had just come over. It dragged the disciple's body forward and nailed him to the gate of Taoism with a bang, shattering the disciple's body into pieces. At the same time, a few other pure gold arrows flew past at an extremely fast speed. They all landed on the main gate of the true martial arts sect. Really did that. Is he trying to destroy the gate of Taoism? That's the face of a great sect. The group of people who came with Lin Tian trembled and were almost petrified on the spot. With a smile on his face, Lin Tian drew his bow again and shot out 13 golden arrows, which turned into a rain of arrows that swept across the area. None of the arrows missed, and all of them crashed into the gate of Taoism. Boom! With a loud bang, the gate of Taoism collapsed into pieces, sending sand and dust into the air. At the same time, some of the disciples in front of the gate of Taoism were killed and turned into a bloody mist by the rain of arrows. Lin Tian, how dare you? Damn it, you're too audacious. You'll die a horrible death. Quick, inform the elders. Many disciples of Taoism were furious. As one of the top 10 sects, Taoism had been passed down for a long time. It was also famous in the second heaven. But now, someone had publicly destroyed the gate of Taoism. This was simply a direct slap to the face of Taoism. The hundreds of people who came with Lin Tian opened their mouths wide. They were almost petrified on the spot, and they all gasped. This lunatic. Oh no! An airborne realm elder of Taoism rushed out. Quick, run. Damn it, we were tricked by this lunatic. Someone cursed. Chapter 364. Lin Tian looked at the Shinga. Several figures rushed into the sky. All of them were at the pinnacle of the Zephyr Plane. They rushed towards him with angry faces. Everyone, let's go to the Green Flame Celestial School together. He stood in the air and said to the cultivators below. The group of cultivators was running out, afraid of getting into trouble. After hearing Lin Tian's words, they suddenly had the urge to curse. This madman had tricked them into coming to the Shinga Taoism, and now he wanted them to follow him to the Green Flame Celestial School. ****. Madman. No. Some female cultivators cursed. Lin Tian laughed. He was not angry. He said, "Everyone slow down. There's no rush. I'll cover you." He had asked these people to come so that someone could see the destruction of the Shinga Taoism. He believed that someone would spread the news later. As one of the top 10 sects with thousands of years of history, it was destroyed. Once the news spread, the Shinga Taoism would lose all face. It would make the Shinga Taoism a laughingstock for a short time. Only then could he vent his anger to the greatest extent. He stood in the air and faced the elders of the Zhenwu great sect who were charging at him. He held up the barren heaven world, the divine roar palace, and the Juchuan sword. At the same time, he raised the primitive mountain and the precious weapon bell. In an instant, several divine elephants shook. The air was distorted. The terrifying waves made the ordinary disciples of the Shinga Taoism tremble. Lin Tian, the elders of the Shinga Taoism, rushed out and roared. Their great sect has thousands of years of history, but now they were forced to establish their sect, blocked outside the sect, killed more than 10 disciples, and then destroyed their great sect. What kind of shame was this? The most important thing was that this matter was seen by hundreds of rogue cultivators. This made the elders of the Shinga Taoism want to vomit blood, because they knew that this matter would soon spread throughout the second heaven, and the reputation of the Shinga Taoism would be ruined in a short time. They would become the joke of the world. Damn it! With a bang, the elders of the Shinga Taoism rushed out at the same time. They all activated their inherited divine abilities, wanting to stop Lin Tian. Only by stopping Lin Tian can this shame be eliminated. You don't need to be so enthusiastic, because I will come again. Lin Tian Dao. With a thought, several heavenly divine elephants flew up, pressing towards the true martial sex people. Afterwards, he used the duality steps to retreat, leaving behind afterimages as he instantly disappeared into the distance. At the same time, more than a dozen golden arrows shot out from the gate of the Shinga Taoism. They turned into golden lightning and flew in the direction of Lin Tian's retreat, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The elders of the Shinga Taoism defeated the divine elephants, but Lin Tian's figure was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, roars resounded throughout the mountain. After leaving the Shinga Taoism, Lin Tian flew in another direction. Green Flame Immortal Sect, Qinghua Taoism Mysterious Sun Sect. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. The sects were quite far away from each other. Even if he flew, it would take a lot of time. Immediately, he sped up and turned into a ray of light. About 18 hours later, he appeared in the vicinity of Green Flame Immortal Sect. He used the same words to lure a group of itinerant cultivators to follow him. Soon, they arrived at the location of Green Flame Immortal Sect. This is Green Flame Immortal Sect. Why did this guy bring us here to watch the show? Strange. The cultivators were puzzled. But in the next moment, someone's expression changed. Lin Tian raised his golden longbow and shot a golden arrow at the main gate of Green Flame Immortal Sect. The golden arrows each weighed more than 10 kilograms. They turned into golden lightning and crashed into the gate of Green Flame Immortal Sect. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud bang, the Green Flame Immortal School's gate was destroyed and shattered into pieces. At the same time, the disciples of Green Flame Immortal Sect who were near the gate were in trouble. More than 10 of them died on the spot. The rogue cultivators that came with Lin Tian to watch the show nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. In the next moment, the entire group of rogue cultivators ran out. They were all flustered and exasperated, just like the rogue cultivators that followed Lin Tian to the true martial sect. Boom! Inside Green Flame Immortal Sect, a powerful aura surged. 7 figures rushed over. Lin Tian laughed and retrieved the golden arrows with the weapon control art. Then he raised the barren heaven world, Divine Cry Palace, and 9 Spring Sword. Elders of Green Flame Immortal Sect, there's no need to send me off. I'll visit you again after you've fixed the gate. Several divine elephants pressed down on Green Flame Immortal Sect. Then he turned and left. Lin Tian, bastard! The elders of Green Flame Immortal Sect roared, their killing intent soaring. But Lin Tian was too fast. They couldn't catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian disappeared from their sight. 2 hours later, Lin Tian was completely out of Green Flame Immortal Sect's range. He narrowed his eyes and walked in another direction. Next sect, he smiled to himself. In the next few days, he destroyed the gates of Qinghua Taoism, Xianyang Sect, Kangluo Immortal Sect, Beihing Sect, Rui Immortal Palace, Golden Feather Immortal Sect, and Windless Immortal Pavilion. Every time he abducted a large group of itinerant cultivators and cultivators from small sections. Many people witnessed the destruction of the sections. For a moment, the entire region was in an uproar again. Just as he thought, the destruction of the 9 sects' gates quickly spread throughout the world. The gates that represent the reputation of the 9 sects were really destroyed by that person. Isn't this too crazy? Those are the sects that have existed for thousands of years. Only the ancient aristocratic families and a few sacred grounds can suppress them. That Lin Tian actually dared to break into the gates of those sects and destroy the gates that represent the reputation of the 9 sections. Moreover, he was able to escape unscathed without being stopped by the elites of those sects. Is he that powerful? It's said that person has reached the flight state. Few people in the flight state can be his match. In a restaurant in the Grand Heaven district, many people were discussing. Soon, some people were puzzled. Speaking of which, this matter should only be known by the disciples of the 9 sections. Outsiders shouldn't have seen it. How did it become known to the whole world? The 9 sects couldn't possibly have leaked this matter themselves, right? It's like this. It's said that every time that guy went to a sect, he would deliberately bring a group of people with him. He said that he was bringing them to watch a good show, but in the end, they watched him destroy the gates of those sections. He deliberately brought people with him and watched him destroy the gates that represent the reputation of the 9 sections. Then he used those people to spread the news and humiliated the 9 sections. This move is really ruthless. The elders and sect leaders of the 9 sects are probably vomiting blood out of anger. That guy is too bold. He's really a lunatic. Many people shrank their necks. In the next few days, almost everyone in the world was talking about the destruction of the 9 sects by Lin Tian. Naturally, Lin Tian's name was even more well known. He was truly famous in the world. He destroyed the gates of the 9 sects and then escaped unscathed. Is Lin Tian comparable to the saints of the sacred grounds? Some people's hearts palpitated. While everyone in the world was talking about it, the 9 sects were exceptionally quiet. These days, there would be roars from time to time in the 9 sects, causing many disciples in the sects to be frightened and not dare to breathe loudly. Time passed by. Every day, there would be many people discussing the matter of Lin Tian destroying the 9 great sects, ranging from well-known restaurants to storytelling stalls. Only 3 days later, a shocking piece of news spread out, and this matter was finally covered up. A relic from ancient times? Yes, it's said that it has existed for a very long time. It's a little scary. That relic was discovered by the powerhouses of the Wantong Sacred Ground and the Taishan Sacred Ground. It's located in the last immortal mountain range near the Mount Tianyao. It's said that it might be a cultivation field of a celestial master before he became a celestial master. A celestial master's cultivation field? Really? I don't know, but since it was discovered by the powerhouses of the two sacred grounds, it's very likely to be true. When this news came out, the second heaven became even more lively. Then many cultivators moved and headed towards the last immortal mountain range. There must be many treasures in the cultivation field of a celestial master. Even a piece of rubble might have a great origin and infinite magical effects. Moreover, the cultivation field of a celestial master usually contained amazing Taoist connotation. If one could comprehend a trace of it, his strength would increase greatly and he would benefit for the rest of his life. There were 9 celestial masters in ancient times. Which celestial master's cultivation field is that ancient relic? It's said that it's the master apothecary who deduced the path of alchemy to the extreme. Master apothecary. Yes, the people of the two sacred grounds each invited a powerful alchemist from an alchemist family to go there. It's confirmed by a 5th-grade alchemist. There's a 90% chance that it's the cultivation field of the master apothecary. Master apothecary. If it's the master apothecary, then will there be a life-prolonging Baoden in there? Many people were shocked. Suddenly, more people moved. Experts from all the major forces walked out of their sects and headed towards the last immortal mountain range. There were a total of 9 celestial masters in the history of cultivation in the 10 directions heavenly territory. All of them were people who had walked to the end of the cultivation path and were truly invincible. Among the 9 celestial masters, the most attractive one was undoubtedly the master apothecary. Not only was the master apothecary powerful, but he was also good at refining medicine. He could refine a life-prolonging Baoden. To a cultivator, lifespan was the most precious thing. Now that the Taoist temple that was suspected to be the master of medicine had been discovered, it naturally caused everyone in the world to be greatly shocked. A large number of cultivators headed over, and practically all of them wanted to obtain medicinal pills that could prolong their lives from the ancient ruins. Among these cultivators, there might be some who didn't need life-prolonging, treasured pills right now, but there would be a day when their lifespan would dry up. At that time, the value of a life-prolonging treasured pill would be enough to shake the entire world, because only with life could one see and explore the world. On a certain road, Lin Tianwei narrowed her eyes when she saw the cultivators heading towards the last immortal mountain range. The master apothecary's cultivation field, he whispered to himself. After thinking for a while, he didn't hesitate and followed the crowd towards the last immortal mountain range. Chapter 365. The last immortal mountain range was located 800 miles east of the heavenly demon mountain of the demon clan. It stretched from north to south, and there were many demonic beasts in it. It was a vast ancient forest. It was said that in ancient times, this ancient forest was extremely dangerous. There were countless strange beasts, and many immortal reaching realm experts had died in it. Therefore, it was called the last immortal mountain range. Lin Tian rushed to the last immortal mountain range with a group of cultivators. He saw that this ancient forest was full of towering trees. Each tree was extremely thick and strong. Even a few adults couldn't wrap their arms around them. Walking in this ancient forest, the spiritual qi in the air was very rich, but it was also mixed with an extremely shocking demonic aura. Obviously, there were many demonic beasts in this ancient forest. Where is the master apothecary's dojo? It's still further ahead. It said that a mountain suddenly broke apart, revealing a corner of a small world. A small world. Some powerful ancient almighty figures could create things on their own and evolve a small world for cultivation. It's very normal. I see. Let's go. There are already many people rushing over. The crowd moved even faster. Lin Tian's footsteps were slow and steady as he listened to the discussions of some cultivators, and he was slightly surprised as well. He never imagined that those powerful cultivators of the ancient times were actually able to create a minor world of their own. It was truly shocking to such an extent. I don't know what kind of cultivation base is required. I think it should be at least the Enlightenment realm. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The spiritual qi in the ancient forest was rich. There were many withered branches on the ground, and there were many skeletons between the branches. Most of these skeletons were human skeletons. Obviously, after some cultivators entered this ancient forest, their flesh and blood were devoured by the demonic beasts in the ancient forest. Lin Tian didn't care. He followed the group of cultivators and silently walked toward the master apothecary's dojo. Soon, the roars of demonic beasts sounded. A few black shadows appeared and pressed toward the crowd. It's the Thunderfire Bear. Thunderfire Bear? Isn't that a level 9 demonic beast? It's comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the spiritual sea. What bad luck. Damn it, we just had to meet these demonic beasts in this place at this time. Try to avoid them. Someone said. The Thunderfire Bear was not that scary. What made the cultivators fear was that this place was not far from the heavenly demon mountain. Many demon clan experts would often pass by, especially at this time when the Apothecary Supreme's dojo appeared in the last immortal mountain range. Many demon clan experts would take the initiative to come here. Although these people were not afraid of the Thunderfire Bear and could kill it if they worked together, they did not dare to kill it at this time. If the demon race experts saw them, there would be big trouble. As a result, the group of cultivators fell into a predicament. In the blink of an eye, several people were torn apart by the Thunderfire Bear. Damn it! Don't kill them, just beat them back. Sure. The group of people worked together and displayed their martial arts and techniques. Soon, a few Thunderfire Bears were shaken away and a path was opened. Let's go, someone shouted. Lin Tian followed at the side and walked forward. But in the next moment, he stopped and looked up at the sky. 3 silhouettes flashed by, each of them astonishing, especially the man in the lead. He had a strong physique, solid muscles, and a pair of eyes filled with wildness, giving people an incomparably domineering feeling. It's him. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. The man's silver hair draped over his shoulders, and his blood qi was overbearing. It was the desolate demon physique, Pitsong. 2 people followed behind Pitsong. Obviously, they were also demon race experts. They stepped on the void and stopped in front of the group of cultivators. Immediately, the group of cultivators' expressions changed, and they stopped in unison. These people were worried that they would encounter a demon race expert, but they did not expect to encounter one in the end. Moreover, it was the demon race's saint, the man who inherited the desolate demon king physique. Pitsong walked down from the void and looked at the Thunderfire Bears lying on the side. Who did this? Pitsong's eyes were like knives. Many people could not help but tremble under his gaze. Your Highness Pitsong, because they attacked us, we had no choice but to attack. Someone braced himself and stepped forward. We did not kill them, we only beat them back. Your Highness, please, boom! Pitsong attacked, slapping the person who spoke into a mist of blood. Pitsong's eyes were cruel. Who else hurt my people? Step forward. Behind Pitsong, the 2 demon race experts did not say a word. They stood quietly on Pitsong's left and right. The group of cultivators was terrified. They were all shocked. The person who spoke just now was not weak, but he was smashed into meat paste with a slap. Now, who dared to step forward? Since there is no one else, then all of you will die here. Pitsong said. Behind Pitsong, the 2 demon race experts walked out. Their blood qi was very strong, and they forced the crowd to retreat. Your Highness, please spare us. Several of our companions died, so we were forced to fight back. Also, we did not kill them. Spare us. Let us go. Many people begged for mercy. Some time ago, the demon race's holy son, Huang Yao, had just formed his demon body. He had challenged all the experts under the Immortal Ascension realm from the major factions. He had become famous in the world. He was almost invincible under the Immortal Ascension realm. Facing such a person, how could these people not be afraid? In the crowd, Lin Tian shook his head. Put Song was really domineering. These cultivators had only fought back because they had been attacked and several of their companions had died. Moreover, they had only beaten back a few Thunderflame bears and did not kill them. However, Put Song wanted to kill everyone here. It was really cruel. When he remembered that Put Song had attacked him several times at the Wuji Gate, he was even more displeased. He looked at Put Song with displeasure. Put Song's spiritual perception was amazing. He naturally felt Lin Tian's displeased gaze and immediately turned his head to look at him. "It's you ant." Put Song recognized Lin Tian. After being discovered by Put Song, Lin Tian did not hide anything. He walked out. "Which dog eye of yours saw that I was an ant? Have you ever seen an ant this big?" Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. At this time, the cultivators finally noticed Lin Tian's face. When they took a closer look, they were all shocked. It's that Lin Tian." Someone was shocked. During this period of time, Lin Tian's fierce reputation was widely known. There were not many cultivators who did not know Lin Tian. Put Song's eyes were like knives as he stared at Lin Tian. "The weak are all ants." "Is that so? Then get over here and let me slap you to pieces. Let's see if your original form is an ant." Lin Tian Ondao. The cultivators' expressions changed when they heard this. They secretly thought that Lin Tian was indeed as arrogant as the rumors said. The person in front of them was the demon saint with the desolate demon physique. He was invincible under the Immortal Ascension realm. How dare this guy talk to the desolate demon physique like that? Behind Put Song, two demon clan experts' eyes were cold. Their killing intent intertwined as they closed in on Lin Tian. "Stop!" Put Song snorted and stared at Lin Tian mercilessly. "This ant is a little special. He's my prey. You guys go and get rid of the other ants." "Yes." The two demon clan experts nodded and glanced at Lin Tian coldly. Then they closed in on the crowd, their demonic aura overflowing with killing intent. They were both at the second sky of the Zephyr realm. "Spare us, Your Highness. Your Highness, Demon Saint, please let us go. We didn't mean it. Please don't kill us." The cultivators begged for mercy, their faces pale. Put Song stared at Lin Tian. The two demon clan experts' eyes were merciless. They released their killing intent toward the cultivators. Lin Tian glanced at the two demon clan experts and said, "Go back!" He didn't have any relationship with this group of cultivators, but he didn't like Put Song. These cultivators were only trying to protect themselves by repelling a few Thunderfire bears. But Put Song wanted to kill everyone, which made him very uncomfortable. At this moment, standing in this group of cultivators, he was a member of the human clan. Since the demon clan wanted to kill this group of human clan cultivators, he naturally wouldn't agree. The two demon clan experts' eyes were cold. They wanted to kill Lin Tian, but because of their saint's words, they didn't. They still closed in on the crowd. As expected, wild beasts don't understand human language. Lin Tianlung said. He raised his right hand, and a sword wind swept out. It was ear-piercing and extremely fast, which immediately made the two demon clan experts' expressions change. Bang! Bang! Two crisp sounds were heard. The two demon clan experts flew backward at the same time. They only stopped after smashing a few old trees. The two struggled to stand up, blood gushing out of their mouths. They stared at Lin Tian with a trace of fear in their eyes. Put Song's eyes became even colder. "How dare you hurt my clansman? Is your clansman very impressive?" Lin Tianlong said coldly, "A few wild beasts that only know how to attack humans. After killing a few people, they were forced to retreat. These cultivators were already merciful and benevolent. You're really something." "In your words, these are ants," he said coldly. Everyone gasped. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. The group of human race cultivators stared at Lin Tian with fear in their hearts. These people had heard that the desolate demon physique was very domineering and powerful. But now Lin Tian was even more powerful than this desolate demon physique. He actually killed a few thunderflame bears in front of the desolate demon physique. The cultivators were so shocked that they felt a chill run down their backs and their hearts beat wildly. Putsong's eyes shone with a fierce light. Without saying a word, he directly closed in on Lin Tian, not hiding his killing intent. Dong! As Putsong took a step forward, the ground shook, and a series of cracks actually appeared, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Lin Tianlong humphed, not showing the slightest fear. "Let's go," he said to the cultivators behind him. After saying this, he stepped forward and walked towards Putsong. As his feet landed, the ground also shook, and there were also shocking cracks spreading out in all directions. In an instant, two terrifying auras rushed up, shocking everyone. So powerful. Some people's hearts palpitated. Just facing these two auras made many people feel like they couldn't breathe. Putsong's eyes were like sharp blades, sharp and threatening. "I haven't seen you for a while. I didn't expect a little ant like you to have grown so much. I haven't seen you for a while. I didn't expect a little beast like you to not have improved at all. You still have the same strength as before. It's really unbearable." Lin Tian confronted him. The mobile version is online. It's more convenient to read. Please go to Chapter 366. The two of them confronted each other. Violent auras surged, and cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. Putsong's eyes were full of wildness. He stared at Lin Tian with eyes as sharp as blades, very intimidating. Buzz! Finally, Putsong made his move. He turned into a beam of light and charged at Lin Tian. His iron fist shook the void. Lin Tian didn't dodge. He also punched out. Boom! It was as if a sacred drum had been beaten. It was so loud that people's eardrums were a little numb. It was just a simple first collision, but the void where the fists met directly cracked. At the same time, a gust of wind spread out in all directions as if it was mixed with destructive sword chi. It destroyed all the vegetation within a radius of several meters. Everyone was shocked. Was this a collision between immortal flight cultivators? How could they be so powerful? All of a sudden, everyone retreated. Putsong, who had the desolate demon body, had a fierce look in his eyes. He threw out a punch and then a second punch. Lin Tian didn't do anything fancy. He still punched out. Bang! The two iron fists collided once again, and a visible shockwave flashed out. With a cracking sound, cracks spread out in all directions. The two punches didn't suppress Lin Tian. Putsong's eyes became burning, and his aura became even more ferocious. With a boom, an even more violent aura rushed out. Gray demonic light rushed into the sky. He punched out with both fists, and the sky was full of afterimages. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and took a step back. His fists trembled, and the sky was full of fist light. Bang! 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 The fist light and the fist shadows collided. After an unknown amount of time, the two figures appeared and collided again. As an ant, you have some ability. Putsong's eyes were full of killing intent. The gray fist pressed down like a gray meteor. Its power was even stronger than before. You're not much. You're 2 small steps higher than me, but that's all. Lin Tianling smiled. He threw out his right fist. Silver light flashed as if he was pushing an immemorial divine mountain forward. Boom! This was a terrifying collision. As their physical bodies clashed, a large area of space was directly shattered and spatial turbulence scattered out. In the end, both of them were sent flying, and they retreated more than 30 meters. The Holy Sun has the barren Demon King body, and he has been cultivating with an inhuman body since he was young. He fights with other clansmen and spends his days in bitter cultivation, honing his immortal body. But this human can actually compete with the Holy Sun in terms of physique. Pitsong's 2 followers were shocked. In the void, Lin Tian stared at Pitsong. His face was expressionless, but he was slightly surprised. Yi Futian had been training in the 4 extreme scriptures to temper his body. When he entered the Zephyr plane, he experienced a heavenly tribulation of the great path. Boundless lightning struck his flesh and bones, which was equivalent to going through a rebirth. His body could be said to be immortal. But now, Pitsong's body was no worse than his, which surprised him. The king body was indeed extraordinary. Very good. In the same realm, it has been a long time since anyone has been able to contend with my physical body. Your flesh and blood must be very delicious. Pitsong's silver hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like knives. I haven't eaten wild meat in a long time. I'll beat you back to your original form and roast you. Lin Tianling said. Both of their eyes were very cold, and both of them were filled with killing intent. The next moment, they rushed together again. Lin Tian's right hand shook, and a treasure sword appeared in his right hand. He directly blocked the 9th sword of the incinerating Sun Clang. The sky was full of sword radiance, and the scorching sword radiance was threatening, causing the air to slightly distort. Pitsong's eyes were cold. 5 sharp blades flashed, and it was the light of 5 fingers that completely annihilated all the sword radiance. Pitsong approached and grabbed at Lin Tian with his 5 fingers. Lin Tian shook the long sword in his hand, and with a flippant turn he slashed at Pitsong. Clang! The 2 collided, and there was a metallic sound. Lin Tian raised his long sword, and his speed was even faster. He slashed again and again, and the sword radiance was so dense that it was frightening. These sword radiances were all real. They were traces left behind by the speed of his slashes. I'll wait to eat your flesh and blood. Pitsong's eyes were cold. Clang! 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 The superior grade treasure sword clashed with Pitsong's palm, but it couldn't hurt him at all. It only left a string of sparks. Lin Tian didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion, and the speed of his sword became even faster. Ka! Soon there was a crisp sound, and the treasure sword in his hand cracked. It had been smashed into pieces by Pitsong. Die! Pitsong said. Gray demonic light flashed, and Pitsong's 5 fingers clenched slightly, grabbing at Lin Tian's throat. Lin Tianling snorted, and his right fist shook as he punched out. Suddenly, strands of purple electric arcs intertwined at the tip of his right fist, and there was a terrifying power in it. The void shattered, and Pitsong's face changed slightly. Boom! Lin Tian's fist pressed down, and the purple electric arcs shattered everything. With a bang, Pitsong was sent flying dozens of feet away. Saint! He defeated the saint with his physical strength. How is this possible? The 2 beast overlords were shocked. Pitsong's body was sent flying, and he crashed into the old forest in the distance, crushing countless old trees. Lin Tian didn't stop at all. He approached quickly, leaving afterimages behind. When facing an enemy, he wouldn't give them a chance to breathe. Boom! Gray demonic light shot up, and it was extremely terrifying. A giant demonic sword slashed up from the ground, and Lin Tian was so shocked that he felt a chill down his spine. He quickly dodged and moved more than 7 feet away. There was a bit of blood floating in the void. He tilted his head and looked at his right shoulder, and there was a deep cut. Pitsong stepped into the void again, and his eyes became even more ferocious, full of wildness and killing intent. He didn't look injured at all. He waved his hand, and a few drops of Lin Tian's blood fell on his fingertips. It was bright red and dazzling. Patsong sniffed and licked it, and a wild demonic light flashed in his eyes. "It's delicious." Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and 2 rays of cold light shot out. Hum! He made a gesture with his hands, and the precious bell, the ancient forest, and the sea of 3-leaf clovers rushed out from behind him. Divining divine skill. Boom! The void shook, and several divining divine elephants appeared at the same time. The power was terrifying, as if thunderclouds were descending. At the same time, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang rock and moved. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Patsong and pressed down with the bell. Patsong roared, and demonic light tore the world apart. His iron fists were covered with gray energy. "Wild demon Patsong!" Patsong shouted coldly. This was a kind of divine fist, wrapped in gray demonic light. It was fierce and domineering, and could be said to be destructive. With a boom, the precious bell was shattered, and the light of destruction spread in all directions. Lin Tian didn't show any emotion. The yin and yang rock was extremely fast, and the bell appeared again, pressing down on Patsong together with the ancient forest and the sea of 3-leaf clovers. Several divining divine elephants shook, and they were extremely domineering, tearing apart Patsong's fist. Bang! The bell landed on Patsong's chest, and he was sent flying dozens of feet away. There was gray, demonic blood in the air. Lin Tian pressed forward at an extremely fast speed, and the sea of 3-leaf clovers pressed on Patsong's chest. Patsong coughed out blood and was sent flying again. Under the pressure of the divine elephants, Lin Tian swung his 2 fists. At the closest distance, he crazily swung his iron fists, suppressing Heaven Breaker. Waves of muffled groaning noises were heard when the fists collided with the body. Patsong roared, and his body suddenly shone with demonic light. A primordial mountain rushed out behind him, and the sound of beasts could be heard. In an instant, the gray light of the primordial mountain intertwined and sealed Lin Tian inside. The barren heaven realm, the divine skill of the saint of the king's territory. Once sealed inside, there will be no escape. The 2 demon race experts said excitedly. Patsong's eyes were cold. "Barging in front of me, are you looking for—" Bang! Lin Tian was expressionless. His silver fist rose into the air and smashed directly on Patsong's face. How is that possible? How can this human not be suppressed by the king's territory? The 2 demon race experts' expressions changed drastically. The king's territory was the innate divine skill of the king's territory. After the king's territory was supported by the king's territory, one could fight across 8 small realms and be invincible. It was the most domineering means of the king's territory. Once enveloped by the king's territory, ordinary people would only die tragically. However, there was someone who could not be obstructed in the king's territory and even injure the master of the king's territory. That was too shocking. Patsong's expression changed, but soon an even more ferocious light appeared in his eyes. "Very good. You're indeed very strange. Not only can you block my desolate heaven realm, but you can also move independently in my desolate heaven realm. You're not simple." With a boom, Patsong moved again and put away the king's territory. His 10 fingers vibrated and intertwined into a gray, demonic net. "I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. After suppressing you, I'll let the old guys of Mount Tianyao study your flesh and blood origin." Buzz! The void trembled and a light net formed. It was clearly a powerful divine skill that could suppress everything. Lin Tian took a step back with a sneer on his face. "You'd better fight me with the intention of killing me. Otherwise, you might be killed by me if you're not careful." With a boom, a primitive mountain rose behind him, and the roar of demonic beasts could be vaguely heard. The mountain was vast, and the old forest was deep. There was a gray light surging. "Desolate heaven realm. This is the Sun's King's territory. This human actually the two demon clan experts' expressions changed. Putsong's eyes suddenly became even more ferocious and ferocious. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. You little ant can actually evolve my king's territory to such a state. With a furious roar, killing intent surged from Putsong's body. Unfortunately, it's just a form. It's not even 1/10 of the power of my king's territory. Come and try. Lin Tianling smiled. Suddenly, the divine Roar Palace rose behind him. The 9 springs soared, the place where Heavenly Lord Daorin comprehended the Tao. In an instant, terrifying fluctuations spread and destroyed everything. I'll crush you. He held several divine elephants and moved like a moving source of destruction. His aura was terrifying and shocking. It's just an imitation of other people's Dharma spells. It's just a small trick. It's not elegant. Putsong shouted. The gray demonic light vibrated and a gray valley rose behind Putsong. There were many demonic shadows in it, and it was very scary. The demonic shadows rushed out at an extreme speed and tore apart Lin Tian's divine elephants. Lin Tian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He staggered back dozens of feet and the blood in his chest rolled. Spiritual Sea Avatar. He narrowed his eyes. The mobile version is online. It's more convenient to read. Please read it on the mobile version at M. Chapter 367. The phenomenon of the sea of consciousness could only be evolved by true geniuses. The more talented one was, the more terrifying the phenomenon would be. An old drunkard had once told him that in the history of cultivation, there were people who had propped up the phenomenon of the sea of consciousness and killed powerful enemies who were 8 small realms above them. It was not inferior to the king's domain's mystical power at all. Boom! Behind Putsong, demonic shadows rushed out of the valley. All of them were ferocious and violent, and their eyes were as red as blood. The demonic shadows were densely packed around Putsong with a bloodthirsty aura that was extremely terrifying. The sacred sun's sea of consciousness phenomenon, the 10,000 demon soul valley. It's a super mystical power that's comparable to that of the king's domain. In the distance, the 2 demons were shocked. Putsong's eyes were menacing and ferocious. With a loud roar, the dense demonic shadows rushed out and charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned and cast the divinatory divine technique again, urging the barren ancient forest to move forward. Shatter all of them, Putsong said coldly. The demonic shadows roared like Putsong's willpower, with the power to distort everything and shatter everything. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and flashed in the dense demonic shadows. The speed of the demonic shadows' attacks was clearly very astonishing, but Lin Tian could always dodge them time and time again. So fast! In the distance, the 2 demon powerhouses were shocked. In the beginning, the 2 demon powerhouses stared at Lin Tian with exceptionally cold expressions and didn't take Lin Tian seriously at all. However, the 2 of them were now full of fear of Lin Tian because he could kill them easily. Putsong stared at Lin Tian and roared, causing the demons to move together. Boom! The sky trembled and strange weapons appeared in the hands of the demons, emitting a strange light. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he immediately felt a huge threat. He stepped on the yin and yang hua, and with a thought, a lotus sea rushed out behind him. Yin and yang intertwined and glistened. Slash! He spat out a word coldly. The lotus sea swayed and black and white lotus petals rushed out and slashed in all directions. Pished! Chi! Chi! Tens of thousands of demons roared as they were sliced into pieces by the lotus flower. In the distance, the 2 demon clan experts were shocked again, revealing looks of shock, to be able to follow beside the desolate demon physique. The 2 of them naturally saw through Lin Tian's methods. Sea of consciousness anomaly. One of them exclaimed. Putsong laughed wildly, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more terrifying. The sky full of demonic shadows rushed towards Lin Tian. Song also moved on his own, pressing towards Lin Tian with a punch. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He unfolded the yin and yang rock and faced the front. Kill! Kill! The two shouted at the same time. The gray demonic fist and the silver iron fist collided again and again, shaking the space until it was buzzing. Around the two of them, demonic shadows rampaged about. Lotus petals slashed through the heavens and the earth. Neither of them gave way to the other, causing the air to become chaotic. Ray after ray of destructive light shook out, crushing all the old trees in the surroundings. In the old forest, many birds and beasts were frightened and fled into the distance. Retreat. The two demon clan experts' expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. As for the group of human cultivators, they had already fled under Lin Tian's orders. They were nowhere to be seen. Roar! Song roared like a beast, and his eyes became even more ferocious. Suddenly, his 10 fingers moved together. Ray after ray of light interweaved in the void. Each ray seemed to be able to destroy everything, piercing through cracks in the void. Roar again, and I'll break your throat, Lin Tianling said. He formed a seal with his hands. The desolate heaven world and divine rock palace rushed up, shining brightly and suppressing the surroundings. Boom! This was an extreme collision. With the two of them as the center, everything within 300 feet was destroyed. The earth was broken, and the old trees were shattered. Terrifying hurricanes swept up. Song's eyes shone with cold light, full of wildness. Your head is really valuable. In any case, you're a desolate demon king physique. If I roast you, it might be very chewy. Lin Tianling smiled. The two of them were at each other's throats, neither of them giving in. They used their own methods and clashed again and again. In this place, demonic light and vital qi drowned out everything. The aura was terrifying. Poof! Lin Tian's left chest was hit. Song's 5 fingers scratched, leaving 5 deep bloody marks floating in the air. It was a bit glaring. One could vaguely see the bones in his chest. Song licked the blood from his fingertips and laughed wildly. His eyes were terrifying. I'll tear your flesh apart bit by bit. Lin Tian felt a piercing pain in his chest. Violent demon qi entered his body, causing him to cough up blood. The saint's god-slaying finger contains terrifying power. It can destroy everything. In the distance, the two demons were shocked. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. He felt a violent force battering his body, as if it wanted to crush his organs, causing the pain to become even more intense. Moreover, the wound on his chest was difficult to heal, and blood flowed continuously. Even so, his expression didn't change. Compared to the pain caused by the heavenly trial, this level of pain was no different than an ant scratching an itch. He stepped on the yin and yang liang, leaving behind afterimages with each step. He directly approached Song. You're looking for death. Song roared. His 10 fingers released light again. Each one was like a rainbow as they attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His right hand shook and the 4 symbols diagram buzzed. Pissed. With a soft sound, Song's 10 fingers were immediately extinguished. You! Bang! Lin Tian rushed forward. His right hand formed a fist and slammed the 4 symbols diagram into Song's body. Song roared. His expression changed again, and he fell to the ground. You sealed my demon qi? In an instant, the sky full of demons collapsed. Lin Tian looked down. In a flash, he punched Song's chest again. Cough! Song coughed up blood. The sound of bones breaking came from his chest. Lin Tianyi punched Song away. He didn't stop at all and approached again. Without any fancy moves, he waved his iron fists and landed them on Song's body again and again. Bang! 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 His physique was terrifyingly strong. Every punch would bring about a shocking bang. Song was blasted to the east and rolled to the west. He was in an extremely sorry state. His silver hair was in a mess. Saint. The two demons' expressions changed. When had they ever seen their saint in such a sorry state? The two roared and rushed forward. Get lost. Lin Tian waved his hand. A hurricane swept past and sent the two flying dozens of feet away. The Yin and Yang dragon flashed and appeared in front of Song. He punched him again and sent him flying. Then, with a thought, the lotus sea in the sky swayed and all the lotus petals shook. Yin and Yang intertwined and crushed toward Song. Die. His eyes were emotionless. He pressed down with his right hand and used the ultimate attack. Song roared. Facing this attack, his eyes became even more ferocious. True flames appeared in his eyes. Open for this king. With a loud boom, Song's abdomen shone brightly. In an instant, the sky full of demons reappeared and rushed toward Lin Tian's dense lotusy. Lin Tian was moved. Is this the barren demon body's origin? He actually broke the four symbols seal so quickly. Blood flowed from his chest and the corners of his mouth. He stared at Song with a colder gaze. This Song made him very unhappy, but he had to admit that his opponent was really terrifying. He could really be called a king in his generation. He was terrifyingly strong. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal with both hands. He used the divine divination technique again. Boom! Divine Cry Palace, Nine-Fist Sword, Barren Heaven Realm, Primitive Mountains, and Divine Bell appeared one by one. God, Slaying Finger! Song roared angrily. 10 fingers of light flashed and crushed in all directions, sealing off the entire space. A shocking collision. The radiance covered everything. Lin Tian's heavenly divine elephant shattered, and Song's god, Slaying Finger, cracked open. The two of them clashed together again, fist against fist, leg against leg, and ripples of transparent light appeared one after another. With a pu sound, Lin Tian was in trouble again. His right shoulder was pierced through by the god Slaying Finger. Blood dyed the sky. This king is the most powerful in this world. My peers can only be bones under my feet. Song's eyes were like knives. You're the most powerful in your generation? What a joke. I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Lin Tianlong said. He rushed over and used the divine divination technique, using the Bai family's 1,000 transformations divine hands. With a hong sound, a divine image appeared behind him. 1,000 hands spread out, crazily striking towards Heaven Breaker. One palm, 1,000 strikes. Pooh! Song was sent flying. He was almost shattered in the air. Lin Tian moved. The divine shadow behind him moved with him. The sky full of divine light was vast and mighty, shaking up. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of weapons rang out. The divine shadows, 1,000 illusory hands, revealed precious weapons. Some were knives, some were swords, some were hammers, and some were halberds. The power was terrifying. For a moment, the sky rumbled. Song roared, but Lin Tian didn't give him time to react. The 1,000 transformations, divine, hands shook and annihilated everything. Bang! Once again, Song was sent flying. Gray blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were cold. His aura was still as strong as a rainbow, showing no signs of weakening. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Although his body was covered in blood, his aura was still at its peak. Boom! He shook the 1,000 transformations, divine hands, and the yin-yang lotus sea, and pressed forward again. The sky full of vital essence surged, and killing intent surged. The two monster clan powerhouses in the distance were so shocked that their faces turned pale. They couldn't help but tremble. This kind of power was too strong. Song's eyes were fierce. His silver hair danced wildly. The vision in his sea of consciousness boiled as it faced Lin Tian's yin-yang lotusy. Divine massacre palm print. Pitsang shouted coldly. With a boom, the sky darkened. An extremely oppressive aura flowed out as if it was going to destroy everything. Vaguely, a huge gray palm print appeared in the sky. It completely covered the space within a radius of 100 feet. Lin Tian's expression changed as he felt a great threat. However, he wasn't afraid. He waved his hands, and a blood-red crack appeared behind him. Suddenly, a wave that could devour everything spread out. Boom! At this moment, the last immortal mountain range shook. A strong and mysterious wave came from afar. Lin Tian and Pa Tsang's expressions changed at the same time. They lowered their heads and looked into the distance. Saint, it's over there. I think it's where the master apothecary's dojo is. It seems that someone opened that small world. Chapter 368. The phenomenon of the sea of consciousness could only be evolved by true geniuses, and the more talented they were, the more terrifying the phenomenon of the sea of consciousness would be. Pinnin, old drunkard, had once told him that in the history of cultivation, there were people who had propped up the phenomenon of the sea of consciousness and killed powerful enemies who were 8 small realms above them. It was not inferior to the king's domain's mystical power at all. Boom! Behind Putsang, demonic shadows rushed out of the valley. They were all menacing and violent, and their eyes were as red as blood. The demonic shadows were densely packed around Putsang with a bloodthirsty aura that was extremely terrifying. The phenomenon of the sacred sun's sea of consciousness, the 10,000 demon soul valley. It's a super mystical power that's comparable to that of the king's domain. In the distance, the 2 demons were shocked. Putsang's eyes were menacing and ferocious. With a loud roar, the dense demonic shadows rushed out and charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned and cast the divinatory divine technique again, urging the barren ancient forest to attack. Shatter all of them, Putsang said coldly. The demonic shadows roared like Putsang's will, with the power to distort everything and shatter everything. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and flickered in the dense demonic shadows. The speed of the demonic shadows' attacks was clearly very astonishing, but Lin Tian could always dodge them time and time again. So fast! In the distance, the 2 demon powerhouses were astonished. In the beginning, the 2 demon powerhouses stared at Lin Tian with exceptionally cold expressions and didn't take Lin Tian seriously at all. However, the 2 of them now had a strong fear of Lin Tian because he could kill them easily. Putsang stared at Lin Tian and roared, causing the demons to move together. Boom! The sky trembled and strange weapons appeared in the hands of the demons, emitting a strange light. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he immediately felt a huge threat. He stepped on the yin and yang hua, and with a thought, a lotus sea rushed out behind him. Yin and yang intertwined and glistened. Slash! He spat out a word, coldly. The lotus sea swayed and black and white lotus petals rushed out and slashed in all directions. Chi! 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 Thousands of demons roared as they were cut into pieces by the lotus flower. In the distance, the 2 demon clan experts were shocked again, revealing looks of shock. To be able to follow beside the desolate demon physique, the 2 of them naturally saw what Lin Tian was doing. An anomaly in the sea of consciousness. One of them exclaimed. Po Tsang laughed wildly, but the killing intent in his eyes was even more frightening. The sky full of demonic shadows madly rushed towards Lin Tian. Putsang also moved on his own accord, pressing down on Lin Tian with a punch. Lin Tian's expression was cold and indifferent. He unfolded the yin and yang puppet and faced the front. Kill! Kill! The 2 of them shouted at the same time. The gray demonic fist and the silver iron fist collided again and again, shaking the space until it was buzzing. Around the 2 of them, demonic shadows rampaged. Lotus petals slashed through the sky and split the earth. Neither of them gave way to the other, causing the air to become chaotic. Streaks of destructive radiance vibrated out one after another, crushing all the old trees in the surroundings. In the old forest, many birds and beasts were frightened and fled into the distance. Retreat. The two demon clan experts' expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. As for the group of human cultivators, they had already escaped under Lin Tian's instructions and were nowhere to be seen. Roar! Patsong roared like a wild beast, and his eyes became even more ferocious. Suddenly, his 10 fingers moved at the same time. Streaks of light intertwined in the void. Each streak seemed to be able to destroy everything, piercing through the void and creating cracks in the space. Roar again, and I'll break your throat, Lin Tianling said. He formed a seal with his hands. The barren heaven realm and divine Roar Palace rushed up, shining brightly and suppressing the surroundings. Boom! This was an extreme collision. With the two of them as the center, everything within a radius of 300 feet was destroyed. The ground was broken, the old trees were shattered, and terrifying hurricanes swept up. Tsang's eyes shone with a cold light, full of wildness. Your head is really valuable. You're a desolate demon king physique after all. If I roast you, it might be very chewy. Lin Tianling smiled. The two of them were at each other's throats. Neither of them was willing to back down. They used their own methods and clashed again and again. In this place, demonic light and vital qi drowned everything. The aura was terrifying. Poof! Lin Tian's left chest was hit. Puetsong's 5 fingers scratched, leaving 5 deep bloody marks floating in the air. It was a bit glaring. One could vaguely see the bones in his chest. Puetsong licked the blood on his fingertips and laughed wildly. His eyes were terrifying. I'll tear your flesh apart bit by bit. Lin Tian felt a sharp pain in his chest. Violent demonic qi entered his body, causing him to cough up blood. The sun's god-slaying finger contains terrifying power that can destroy everything. In the distance, the two demons were shocked. Blood flowed out from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. He felt a violent energy battering his body, as if it wanted to crush his organs, causing the pain to become even more intense. Moreover, the wound on his chest was difficult to heal, and blood continued to flow. Even so, his expression didn't change. Compared to the pain caused by the heavenly trial, this level of pain was no different from an ant scratching an itch. He stepped on the yin and yang liang and moved. Leaving behind afterimages with each step, he directly approached Puetsong. You want to die? Puetsong roared. His 10 fingers emitted light again. Like rainbows, they attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His right hand shook, and the 4 symbols diagram buzzed. Qi. With a soft sound, Puetsong's 10 fingers were immediately extinguished. You! Bang! Lin Tian rushed forward. His right hand formed a fist and slammed the 4 symbols diagram into Puetsong's body. Puetsong roared. His expression changed again, and he fell to the ground. You sealed my demonic energy. At once, the sky full of demonic shadows collapsed. Lin Tian looked down. In a flash, he punched Puetsong's chest again. Cough! Puetsong coughed up blood. The sound of bones breaking came from his chest. Lin Tianyi punched Puetsong and didn't stop at all. He approached again. Without any fancy moves, he waved his iron fists and landed them on Puetsong's body again and again. Bang! 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 His physique was terrifyingly strong. Every punch would bring about a shocking bang. Puetsong was blasted to the east and rolled to the west. For a moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His head of silver hair was scattered. Saint! The 2 demonic beasts' expressions changed. When had they ever seen their own saint in such a sorry state? The 2 roared and rushed forward. Get lost! Lin Tian waved his hand. A hurricane swept past and sent the two flying dozens of feet away. The yin and yang liang flashed and arrived in front of Putsong. Once again, he sent him flying with a punch. Then, with a thought, the lotus sea in the sky swayed and all the lotus petals shook. Yin and yang intertwined and crushed towards Putsong. Die! His eyes were emotionless. He pressed down with his right hand and used the ultimate attack. Putsong roared. Facing this attack, his eyes became even more ferocious. True flames appeared in his eyes. Open for me. With a loud boom, Putsong's abdomen shone brightly. In an instant, the sky full of demonic beasts appeared again and rushed toward Lin Tian's dense lotusy. Lin Tian's expression changed. Is this the desolate, demonic physique's origin? It actually shattered the four symbols seal so quickly. Blood dripped from his chest and from the corner of his mouth. His gaze on Putsong became even colder. This Putsong made him very unhappy, but he had to admit that his opponent was really terrifying. He could really be called a king among his peers. He was terrifyingly strong. He clenched his teeth and formed a mudra with his hands. He used the divining divine spell again. Boom! Divine Cry Palace, Nine-Fist Sword, Barren Heaven Realm, Primitive Mountain, and Divine Bell all appeared one by one. God-slaying finger. Putsong roared angrily. 10 fingers of light flashed and crushed in all directions, sealing the entire void. The shocking collision and the light covered everything. Lin Tian's divining divine elephant shattered. Putsong's god-slaying finger cracked. The two rushed together again. Fist against fist, leg against leg, vibrating out transparent light waves one after another. With a PU, Lin Tian was in trouble again. His right shoulder was pierced through by a god-slaying finger. Blood dyed the void. I am the king of this world. My peers can only be bones under my feet. Putsong's eyes were like knives. You're the king of this generation? What a joke. I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Lin Tianlong said. He rushed over and used the divining divine spell, using the Bai family's 1,000 transformations divine hands. With a boom, a divine shadow appeared behind him. 1,000 hands spread out and wildly attacked Putsong. One palm, 1,000 strikes. Pooh! Putsong was sent flying. He was almost shattered in the air. Lin Tian moved. The divine shadow behind him moved with him. The sky full of divine light was vast and mighty, shaking up. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of weapons rang out. The 1,000 illusory hands of the divine shadow had manifested weapons. Some were sabers, some were swords, some were hammers, and some were halberds. The power was terrifying. For a moment, the sky rumbled. Putsong roared, but Lin Tian didn't give him time to react. The 1,000 transformations, divine, hands shook and annihilated everything. Bang! Once again, Putsong was sent flying. Gray blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were cold. His aura was still as strong as a rainbow, showing no signs of weakening. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Although his body was stained with blood, his aura was still at its peak. Boom! He shook the 1,000 transformations, divine hands, and the yin-yang lotus sea, and pressed forward again. The sky full of surging vital essence and killing intent shocked the two demon clan powerhouses in the distance. Their faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but tremble. This kind of power was too strong. Putsong's eyes were ferocious. His silver hair danced in the wind. The vision in his sea of consciousness boiled as he faced Lin Tian's yin-yang lotusy. Great divine massacre palm. Putsong shouted coldly. With a boom, the sky darkened. An extremely oppressive aura flowed out as if it was going to destroy everything. Vaguely, a huge gray palm print appeared in the sky, completely covering the space within a radius of 100 feet. Lin Tian's expression changed as he felt a great threat. However, he wasn't afraid. He waved his hands, and a blood-red crack appeared behind him. Suddenly, a wave of energy that could devour everything spread out. Boom! At this moment, the last immortal mountain range shook. A strong and mysterious wave came from afar. Lin Tian and Pa Song's expressions changed at the same time. They lowered their heads and looked into the distance. Saint, it's there. I think it's where the medicine master's dojo is. It seems that someone opened that small world. The two demon clan powerhouses exclaimed. The mobile version is online. It's more convenient to read. Please read it on mobile at M. Chapter 369. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked into the distance. He could clearly feel a strange aura spreading out. It was very shocking. Put Song was also staring in that direction. His eyes were blazing. Let's go! Put Song shouted at the two demons in the distance and directly headed toward the so-called Master Apothecary's dojo in the distance. Baron Demon Physique, didn't you threaten to break through the vast heavens and enter the 10th heavenly realm to achieve eternal life? Now you want to explore the Master Apothecary's dojo to find the Baodan that can prolong your life? Lin Tian mocked. He was not in a hurry. He stepped on the void and walked forward step by step. Don't provoke me with words. There's nothing wrong with having more bargaining chips on the path to immortality. Pu Tsang sneered. Moreover, I want to reach the peak. Naturally, I have to see what's special about the dojos of the 9 strongest celestial venerables. If there's a trace of soul left, it'll be best. I can kill it with my own hands to add glory to the path to immortality. You think too highly of yourself. You can't even do anything to me. And you want to kill the soul of a celestial venerable? Lin Tian sneered. Put Song's eyes were as cold as knives. Your head is mine. It's only a matter of time before you die in my hands. Saint, it's time to go. 2 sacred grounds and 2 ancient families have sent experts there. We have to hurry. The 2 demonic beasts whispered to each other. Pitsang nodded. He glanced at Lin Tianyi coldly and left in an instant. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and did not stop him. He also stared into the distance. The Master Apothecary's dojo. He muttered to himself and walked into the distance, step by step. Before this, breaking into the ancient tomb of an immortal was already dangerous, let alone a celestial venerable's dojo. Although it was not a tomb, but a place where the Master Apothecary cultivated in seclusion before he achieved immortality, he still did not think that it would be peaceful inside. Therefore, he was not in a hurry at all. It was better to let someone scout ahead and draw out the danger. Walking slowly in the air, after about an hour, the number of people became denser. There was a broken mountain in front of them. Lin Tian came here and looked down. He saw a glowing crack in the gap of the broken mountain. It seemed to be isolated from this world, but it also seemed to be connected to each other. It was very contradictory. Quick, get in. Many people have already gone there. If we're late, all the treasures will be taken away. I'll be satisfied if I can gain even a sliver of enlightenment. Many people were rushing into the crevice. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the glowing crack. He paused for a moment, then flew into it. He didn't feel anything special, as if he had just crossed over an ordinary threshold. Lin Tian looked inside and discovered that the small world was extremely vast, comparable to a vast old forest. There was a great, desolate path leading to the front. Is this where the real Master Apothecary cultivates? He whispered. The desolate path was rugged, and many cultivators were walking on it. Lin Tian didn't stop. He crossed the desolate path and followed the cultivators. The spirit qi in the small world was very dense. Occasionally, birds would fly in the sky and let out crisp chirps. As they walked along the mountain path, a faint white mist gradually appeared around them. Ah! A scream came from the front, but it soon quieted down. As soon as the scream came out, many cultivators around them changed their expressions. Who did it? No. We were beside him just now. That person was entangled by a beam of light, and then he shattered. Someone said in horror. What? He shattered after being entangled by a beam of light? Hearing that, more people were shocked. A senior cultivator in the air said in a deep voice, "It's recorded in the ancient books that there's a fallen immortal land in the last immortal mountain range. Many immortal-reaching realm cultivators died there for no reason. Then, a powerful figure covered the fallen immortal land. I think it's here. The fallen immortal land is covered by this small world." What? Many immortal-reaching realm cultivators died in the fallen immortal land. Now we're doomed. How could this be? The crowd panicked. Don't worry. It's recorded in the ancient books that although the fallen immortal land is dangerous, it's only dangerous when there's fog. Once the fog disappears, we'll be safe. The old man said again. Senior, what should we do now? Someone asked. It was a matter of life and death. No one dared to be careless. You'd better stay where you are. Usually, people who die in the fallen immortal land are moving. The old man said. Senior, thank you for your advice. The cultivators around them stopped moving and stood where they were quietly. Among them, everyone knew how dangerous the last immortal mountain range used to be. Now that they heard about the fallen immortal land, they didn't dare to move recklessly. After all, this was a dangerous place. It could even devour immortal-reaching realm cultivators. Lin Tian frowned and glanced around. The last immortal mountain range, the fallen immortal land. Before the master apothecary reached Dao, he created a small world here to cover the fallen immortal land and prevent more cultivators from dying here? Lin Tian murmured to himself. Thinking about it, it was indeed very possible. Such actions could be said to be magnanimous, benevolent, and virtuous. He stood where he was and didn't move. However, a light appeared between his eyebrows, and his powerful divine sense spread out. He wanted to search for something, but he didn't find anything in the end. Soon, screams came from the front. Master Bai, help! Help! Ah! The screams stopped abruptly and disappeared without a trace. Everyone, don't move. Wait for the fog to disperse. Don't move a single step. A deep and cold voice sounded. Lin Tian tilted his head and felt a sense of familiarity. Master Bai. He squinted slightly and looked at the source of the voice through the white fog. A dozen people stood in the distance. All of them had extraordinary blood qi, especially the leader. He was wearing a green robe and was the most powerful. Bai Yu from the Bai family. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Then he smiled. It's a small world. Back then, at Wuji Gate, it was Bai Yu who led a group of people to kill him. He remembered it very clearly. He stood where he was and took out a golden longbow. A pure gold arrow appeared in his right hand and was knocked on the bowstring. Whoosh! He smiled slightly and loosened the bowstring. The pure gold arrow turned into a bolt of golden lightning and vibrated on the spot. The arrow was extremely fast and approached Bai Yu's chest in the blink of an eye. Bai Yu was at the peak of the Zephyr realm, and his spiritual sense was powerful. Naturally, he felt the sharp killing light and tilted his head to grab it. Who's attacking? Bai Yu's eyes were cold. The other dozen Bai family cultivators looked cold. In this place, someone dared to attack the Bai family. It's me. A faint laugh sounded. 3 pure gold arrows appeared in Lin Tian's right hand and were knocked on the bowstring. Bai Yu looked over upon hearing the voice. Only after 3 breaths of time did he see Lin Tian's face clearly through the faint white mist. It's you. Bai Yu's expression changed. Lin Tian, it's you, thief. How dare you come here? The dozen Bai family cultivators' eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Tian had killed dozens of Bai family cultivators, destroyed 3 of their strongholds, and even killed the 7 heroes. He was now at the top of the Bai family's blacklist and the person they wanted to kill the most. At the same time, the other cultivators in the fallen immortal land were also shocked. Lin Tian, That Lin Tian, the person who destroyed the 9 great sects, actually came here. I heard that the big shots of the Bai family will come. That guy dares to come here at this time. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian looked at Bai Yu and the others with a smile. Did you think of the saying, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road? You, swish, swish, swish. Bai Yu had just spat out the word, you, when the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 3 arrows arrived in the blink of an eye. The 3 arrows were like 3 bolts of golden lightning, causing space to distort. Their might was so great that everyone's expression changed. The 3 arrows weren't aimed at Bai Yu. Instead, they were aimed at the 3 Bai family cultivators who had spoken. Poof, poof, poof. 3 streaks of blood, mist exploded. The 3 Bai family cultivators' chests were penetrated, and they fell into a pool of blood. Bai Yi, Bai Qi, Bai Xian, damn it. Lin Tian, you bastard. The Bai family cultivators were furious. Lin Tian smiled faintly and said casually, come on. He held the golden bow in his left hand, and 5 golden arrows appeared in his right hand. He knocked all of them on the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, the golden bow was fully drawn again. The sound of air breaking rang out as 5 golden arrows flew out in an instant. The members of the Bai clan were both shocked and furious. At that moment, they couldn't move because it was too dangerous. But at that moment, Lin Tian had taken out his bow and arrows. He didn't need to move and could attack from a distance. Poof, poof, poof. Blood mist splattered. 3 more Bai family cultivators were penetrated. Some of their bodies were dragged more than 30 meters away before they exploded. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and swallowed their saliva. They felt that Lin Tian was simply too daring, continuously waving his butcher's knife at the ancient families. He didn't have the slightest scruple and killed people with a smile on his face. That guy is said to have already made it into the airborne realm. He used that bow to destroy the 9 sects before. He was able to shoot extremely powerful arrows from a long distance away. He was able to kill powerful enemies from a long distance away. That's terrifying. Now no one can move freely in the land of the fallen immortals. And he has such a terrifying bow. The Bai family, someone whispered. Lin Tian. Bai Yu roared as the blue veins on his forehead bulged. They couldn't move freely in the land of the fallen immortals, so they became Lin Tian's living targets. You don't have to shout so loudly. I have good hearing. I can hear you. Lin Tian sneered. Another 5 crimson gold arrows appeared in his hand. This time, all 5 arrows were aimed at Bai Yu. That day, you brought a group of people to the limitless immortal school to kill me. I've always remembered this favor. No matter what, I have to repay it, right? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the arrows piercing through the air reverberated as they flew toward Bai Yu. The 5 arrows were all infused with Lin Tian's tyrannical physical strength and true origin force. Together with the high-grade true origin treasure bow and the 10-kilogram pure gold arrows, the power was frightening. Even someone as strong as Bai Yu couldn't help but be moved and didn't dare to be careless. Chapter 370. If others respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. If others want to kill me, they can only wave their butcher's knife. That was Lin Tian's principle. His expression was cold as he stared at Bai Yu. 3 pure gold arrows shot straight towards Bai Yu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden arrows flew across the sky, causing the space to buzz. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. At the same time, he released the bowstring in his right hand and shot another 5 arrows forward. This so powerful. He's too ruthless. He's treating the Bai family as live targets. Many people's hearts palpitated, and they felt a chill down their spines. They had never seen such a fierce person. He actually waved his butcher's knife at the ancient families. It's just 3 golden arrows. Do you think you can hurt me? Bai Yu said coldly. Who told you that there were only 3 arrows? Lin Tianling said. With a single thought, the arrows that Bai Yu had shot out earlier began to move, emitting clanging sounds. In an instant, a total of 10 arrows shot towards Bai Yu. The arrows that were shot out earlier actually moved on their own. How is this possible? Didn't he say that he knows the weapon control technique of the upper heavenly domain? It must be that treasure technique. The crowd was moved. These people guessed correctly. At this moment, Lin Tian had indeed used the weapon control technique. Bai Yu's expression turned very ugly. With so many terrifying arrows rushing toward him, even though his cultivation was very powerful, he did not dare to stand still. If he really stood still, it would be very difficult to block all of them. Helpless, Bai Yu could only soar into the sky. He's moving. The white fog hasn't dissipated yet. This is too dangerous. If we don't move, are we going to stand still and be killed? That's true, but many people were moved. On the other side, seeing Bai Yu rush up, the other 5 Bai family cultivators gritted their teeth and also soared into the sky. Each of them used their tyrannical means to block the golden arrows shot by Lin Tian. Bai Yu roared and stepped on the void, charging toward Lin Tian. I'll kill you. Damn it, what is this? Ah! Suddenly, a terrified voice came from behind. Among the 5 Bai clan cultivators who rushed up, one of them was entangled by an inexplicable black light, which wrapped around his calf. Bai Sang, the Bai family rushed over to help. All of a sudden, another ray of black light shot up and drowned this person. Pooh! Pooh! In the blink of an eye, the 2 Bai clan cultivators exploded. Blood fell to the ground and seeped into the ground. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked and felt a chill run down their spines. Just now. Is this the light of death? This fallen immortal land is, seeing the 2 cultivators of the Bai clan die so tragically, many people's faces turned pale. Lin Tian frowned, a strange light appearing in his eyes. Just now, when that dark light rushed out from the ground, the lotus sea in his sea of consciousness reacted, swaying extremely fiercely. Vaguely, he seemed to see a black claw. I don't feel any yin qi. What is it? He muttered to himself. Bai Yu was furious. He looked back and wanted to help, but it was no longer necessary because the 2 were already dead. Don't move. I'll kill him. Bai Yu yelled. Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Yu's eyes were extremely cold. If it weren't for Lin Tian, those 2 wouldn't have died. Also, the other people had also been killed by Lin Tian. They were all Bai clan cultivators, and they were all in the airborne realm. With an angry roar, Bai Yu performed the 1,000 phantom hands in the air. A huge palm pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted. With a thought, he activated the divine Rumble Palace and the barren heaven world with the heavenly fire divine spell and faced Bai Yu. At the same time, he drew his bow again and aimed at the 3 Bai clan cultivators in the distance. Do you think you can survive by making them stand still? Childish. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the bowstring was released, a few more pure gold arrows rushed out and quickly closed in on the 3 Bai clan cultivators. At the same time, the dozens of pure gold arrows chasing Bai Yu suddenly changed directions. 7 of them formed the Big Dipper array and trapped the 3 Bai clan cultivators. The 3 Bai clan cultivators were shocked. They all performed their spells to resist. However, they were only in the early stage of the airborne realm. How could they resist Lin Tian's pure gold arrows? Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 3 Bai clan cultivators were dead. Their bodies fell from the sky and were covered by balls of black light. Their flesh and blood were crushed. Such a scene made the cultivators' hearts palpitate and chills run down their spines. Not only because Lin Tian killed the Bai clan cultivators, but also because of the strange black light that rushed out from the fallen immortal land. What is that? Some people were terrified. Bayou flew in the air and roared angrily. Bastard! With a loud roar, the 1,000 transformations divine hands behind Bayou vibrated and attacked Lin Tian crazily. At the same time, Bayou performed other spells. A thick, illusory cloud pressed down as if it could crush everything. The Bai clan's void cloud fall. Once surrounded, it will kill you, some cultivators exclaimed. The thick, illusory cloud changed directions and attacked Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian frowned and was slightly moved. He had to admit that Bayou was very powerful. Coming from an ancient family, he was more than twice as powerful as the peak stage airborne realm cultivators of the 9 sections. He made Lin Tian feel threatened. Boom! The 1,000 transformations divine hands crushed the divine Cry Palace and the forsaken heaven world. The void cloud fall turned into countless killing lights and fell in front of him in the blink of an eye. These 2 spells combined to form a powerful attack line. Lin Tian frowned immediately. Lin Tianji had no choice but to rush up and move with the Yin Yang Liang to avoid the attacks of the 2 spells. No wonder you're a peak stage airborne realm cultivator from an ancient family. You're indeed different. Lin Tian looked indifferent. Seeing Lin Tianyi leap into the air, Bayou's face turned pale. Just like the rumors, Lin Tian had indeed reached the airborne realm. He stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, I'll cut off your head. Boom! A tyrannical fluctuation spread out, causing everyone to be shocked. The peak stage of the airborne realm. Bayou's true essence has reached the transformative realm. He's only a little bit away from completely turning into divine power, someone said. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He had indeed sensed the terrifying energy outside Bayou's body, but he wasn't afraid. He stared at Bayou and smiled. You're releasing such a powerful energy in the fallen immortal land. Aren't you afraid that you'll be swallowed by the black light like those people before you? You're in the same situation as me. The fallen immortal land has death. If it's swallowed, you'll be swallowed first. Bayou's eyes were cold. Is that so? That's for sure. Maybe you'll be disappointed. Lin Tianling smiled. Bayou snorted, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He stepped on the E and pressed toward Lin Tian. The 1,000 illusions, divine hands, and the void cloud fall combined again and pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin and Yang rock and used the divining divine technique to activate Heavenly Lord Doran's place of enlightenment. Boom! The void trembled as cracks appeared one after another. So powerful. Bayou has cultivated for 300 years, and he's from an ancient family. He's at the peak stage of the airborne realm. Lin Tian's cultivation is only at the early stage of the airborne realm, but he can withstand it. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian felt great pressure as he fought with Bayou. This person was very powerful, and he wasn't any weaker than the barren demon body. Indeed, the difference in cultivation level is too great. He thought to himself. At this moment, the fallen immortal land glowed. Dozens of black lights rushed toward Lin Tian and Bayou at the same time. It's here again. For a moment, everyone's expression changed. The strange black lights were like black claws, and they carried an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Tian frowned. He stepped on the Yin and Yang rock and left after images in the void as he quickly dodged. So fast! Someone was shocked. Bayou was also dodging. He used the divine void rock, and his speed wasn't slow either. Clang! At this moment, the sound of arrows rang out. Dozens of golden arrows rushed over and attacked Bayou. Lin Tian used the weapon control technique. Bayou's expression changed. He dodged the strange black lights while dodging Lin Tian's arrows. As a result, he soon encountered big trouble. A black light wrapped around his thigh, causing him to let out a muffled groan. His vital essence fluctuations were instantly disrupted. At the same time, more black lights pressed down and covered Baiyu. Ah! Baiyu roared angrily, and his aura quickly weakened. This scene made the hearts of the cultivators palpitate. Even a powerful cultivator at the peak stage of the airborne realm couldn't block these black lights. There are too many of those strange black lights. How can he dodge them? It's useless no matter how fast he is. No wonder an immortal ascension realm expert died here. Look over there. That madman is also in big trouble. There are more than 100 black lights rushing over. That madman is going to sacrifice himself in order to kill the Bai family members. Many people were shocked. Bai Yu was in trouble, and Lin Tian was also in trouble. Dense black lights rushed up from the ground and grabbed at him. Break! A loud roar sounded. A ball of treasure light rushed out of Bai Yu's body and forcefully broke away the black lights that wrapped around his body. Then he quickly landed on the ground and didn't dare to move anymore. For a moment, no more black lights rushed toward Baiyu. Moreover, the shattered black lights gathered together and changed directions, heading toward Lin Tian. He broke free from that terrifying black light. That ball of treasure light just now seems to be a secret treasure. It's very possible, many cultivators said. Baiyu seemed to be in a sorry state at that moment. His skin had turned a little black, and his originally powerful blood qi had weakened a lot. It was as if half of it had been sucked away. At the same time, his vital essence fluctuations were extremely weak. At most, he only had 30% left. Panting heavily, Baiyu stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You made me destroy an immortal treasure. Damn it. Let's see how you're going to survive." In the void, Lin Tian moved horizontally. Hundreds of black lights were chasing after him. Soon, the hundreds of black lights surrounded him, and there was no way for him to dodge. "It's over," someone shouted. Baiyu's eyes were cold as he said coldly, "You asked for it. Die." Chapter 371. The black light was a little terrifying. There were hundreds of them, and they sealed off the surroundings, completely enveloping Lin Tian. Oh no! The cultivators shook their heads. The black light had even devoured an immortal realm powerhouse before. Although Lin Tian was powerful, how could he block it? With a boom, the endless black light pressed down and completely enveloped Lin Tian. A strange aura intertwined in the surroundings. "Bastard, this is your end. You asked for it," Baiyu said coldly. Black winds swirled and buzzed. "What did you think the ending would be?" An indifferent voice sounded. In the void, the black light broke through the air and Lin Tian's figure reappeared. At this moment, a lotus sea appeared beside him. Black and white light intertwined, making it look dreamy. Baiyu was immediately moved and his eyes widened. "He's unharmed. How is this possible? That black light has even devoured an immortal realm powerhouse before. He actually blocked it?" The cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian looked at Baiyu indifferently and stepped in the void, step by step. Whoa! The void trembled, and more black light suddenly rushed out from the ground of the fallen immortal realm and attacked Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian continued forward as lotus petals drifted out from beside him. They were like extremely sharp blades, slicing all the dark light within 10 meters of him to pieces. Vaguely, there were even miserable cries that rang out. He shattered the mysterious black light that can devour immortals. The sky is full of black and white lotus flowers. Is that a phenomenon in the spiritual sea? A phenomenon in the spiritual sea? Only a true genius can comprehend something that is comparable to the mystical power of the king's territory. Did he comprehend such a thing? I think there was such a rumor before. It's actually true. The cultivators were moved. Lin Tian flew across the sky, shattered the black light, and landed on the ground. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and his tyrannical physical strength caused the ground to shake. At the same time, the black and white lotus petals ignored the obstruction of the ground and sank into the ground. In an instant, no more black light rushed out. He walked toward Bayou step by step. Right now, Bayou had less than 30% of his true essence left. He was severely injured by the black light, so there was no need for him to care. Bayou was shocked and retreated. Lin Tianyi flashed past and appeared in front of Bayou, directly slapping him into the dust. I told you, you will be disappointed. In the land of the fallen immortals, the moment the black light shot up, the lotus sea and his spiritual sea began to sway. It reacted to the black light. Even though he didn't sense any yin qi from the black light, he was 90% sure that the lotus sea could block the eerie black light, since it could make the lotus sea react. And the truth was just as he thought. Bang! He lifted his leg and sent Bayou flying with a kick. Bayou coughed up blood, and a few of his sternum were broken. He glared at Lin Tian. With a boom, he raised the 1,000 illusionary hands behind him and used the falling clouds technique to press down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and smashed it into pieces with a slap. What can you do now? His expression was indifferent. Right now, Bayou didn't give him any pressure at all. He was very weak. In a flash, he appeared in front of Bayou and sent him flying with another kick. Bayou fell into the distance and vomited blood. His face was very pale. How does it feel to be bullied? Lin Tian asked. As he asked this question, he slowly walked toward Bayou step by step. He could kill Bayou now, but that wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. He was forced out of Wuji Gate by the Bai family, hunted down by everyone in the world, and almost died. He couldn't vent his anger so easily. Bayou roared and used the Supreme God Palm. Boom! A huge palm print pressed down on Lin Tian, covering the wind and clouds. Lin Tian still destroyed everything with a slap. He appeared in front of Bayou, but he didn't kill him. He sent Bayou flying with a kick. What a strong physical body! He shattered the divine ability with a slap. Could it be the barbarian king physique? How terrifying! Many people were shocked. At the same time, many people felt a chill down their spines. Bayou was an important figure of the ancient Bai family, but now he was being humiliated by Lin Tian and sent flying. The scene was really ugly. Lin Tian! Bayou roared as he was kicked away several times in a row. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he looked even more humiliated. Angry? Humiliated? Shout louder. Lin Tianling smiled. In a flash, he arrived in front of Bayou and directly stomped on Bayou's chest, causing the ground to crack. Bayou coughed up blood, and a few more ribs were broken. Under his back, cracks spread like a spider web. How does it feel to be stepped on? Is it fun? He narrowed his eyes. Bang! Lin Tian raised his right leg and fiercely stomped down. Instantly, a pun sound rang out, causing Bayou to cry out in pain. That day, on the limitless sex fallen immortal peak, your Bai family was so impressive and powerful. Why aren't you being strong now? Why don't you stand up and show me the might of your ancient family? Lin Tian said casually. Bayou's face turned purple, as ugly as an eggplant. Lin Tian stepped on Bayou's chest with his right foot. His face gradually turned cold as he snorted disdainfully. You think too highly of yourself. He raised his right leg and stomped down again. With a crack, a few more of Bayou's ribs were broken. You beast! Bayou glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tianling looked at him coldly and said, Tell me, who asked you to kill me in the beginning? He had to find the source. Bayou sneered and stared at Lin Tian. Obviously, he wouldn't say anything. Do you think I can't find out if you don't say anything? Lin Tian's glabella shone, and his vast divine consciousness turned into a ray of light that rushed into Bayou's glabella. I didn't expect to get anything from you. I'll see for myself. You get out! Bayou roared. A long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he stabbed it into Bai Yu's chest. Bai Yu grunted, and his struggling weakened. Soon, Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and 3 figures appeared in his sea of divine consciousness. 2 were old men, and 1 was an old woman. Bai Taining, Bai Hongya, Bai Qingying, old men at the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tian. Bai Yu roared. Lin Tian was disdainful. Then his gaze landed on Bai Yu again. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm also very interested in your Bai family's divine sutra. I wonder how many secret techniques you've learned." As he spoke, his glabella lit up again. "Oh my God! He wants to steal the Bai family's divine sutra? He's crazy. The Bai family will go crazy." When the cultivators heard that, their hearts palpitated. Bai Yu's expression changed for the first time. "Stop! You can't do that!" Lin Tianling snorted. How could he stop? His divine consciousness entered Bai Yu's sea of consciousness again. "Damn it! Get out! Get out!" Bai Yu roared. Even though there was a long sword in his chest, he struggled violently. Lin Tian stomped on Bai Yu's chest and forced him to calm down. His divine consciousness searched Bai Yu's sea of consciousness, and soon he found traces of the divine sutra. There was something similar to an ancient book in Bai Yu's sea of consciousness. "There's the aura of the divine sutra." He moved his divine consciousness and approached it. At that moment, a rune with divine light appeared, intertwining with wisps of destructive aura. The divine fragment rune. Lin Tianji felt a chill run down his spine. He retreated instantly, and his divine consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness. He lifted his right leg and sent Bai Yu flying with a kick. Bai Yu's aura became violent. "Lin Tian!" Bai Yu cried out in horror. At the same time, his voice was filled with deep resentment. Uft! With a loud bang, Bai Yu exploded in the distance. The destructive shock waves intertwined in that space, causing everyone's expressions to change. That is. Why did he suddenly explode? What did that Lin Tian do? What a powerful destructive aura. Many cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Fortunately, Bai Qiu had mentioned the divine fragment rune to him previously so that he could be prepared. Otherwise, ordinary people would definitely die if they tried to search Bai Yu's sea of consciousness like that. I forgot. I should have taken off his stone ring first. Someone from an ancient, aristocratic family should have a lot of good stuff. He muttered to himself. In the distance, someone heard his mutterings and felt a chill run down his spine, feeling that he was simply a young demon. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked around. The mist was still there and dark light was surging. It would soon rush out of the ground again. What is this thing? He frowned slightly. The dark light did not give him any evil aura, but he felt that it was not something good. After a pause, he finally shook his head. Forget it. He muttered to himself and walked forward on the barren road. The fallen immortal land was terrifying, but he was not afraid because he had the yin-yang lotus sea. It was enough to suppress that eerie dark light. Soon, Lin Tian's figure disappeared in front of him, concealed by the fog. He can move independently in the mist. He just created a vision in his sea of consciousness. It seems that he can resist the dark light of the fallen immortal. He can resist the fallen immortal land. This is monster. Many people were shocked. At the same time, someone saw the corpses of several people from the Bai family, and his heart palpitated again. This is confirmed to be the dojo of the master apothecary before he became a Taoist. There might be a Baodan inside. It is said that many big shots from the big forces will come here, and the Bai family will send some big shots as well. Lin Tian killed people from the Bai family here at this time, and he still hasn't left. He is too bold. Some people were shocked. The crowd stood where they were. No one moved because the mist had not dispersed yet. Lin Tian walked through the mist. He encountered the dark light of the fallen immortals several times, but he smashed them all. After about 15 minutes, the mist in front of him gradually dispersed. Then he disappeared. "I'm out of the fallen immortal land," he muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked to the front, only to see a tall mountain in the distance. The mountain appeared to be very ordinary, but at the peak of the mountain there was a palace that was surrounded by something like white clouds. Chapter 372. The palace looked close, but it was actually quite far away. Lin Tianten glanced at it and continued walking. The desolate road was a bit bumpy and difficult to walk on. Before long, Lin Tian met another familiar face. Desolate demon body, Pitsong. Pitsong stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were as cold as swords. "You're fast." "Not as fast as you. You were in such a hurry before. Did you find a life-prolonging Baodan?" Lin Tian teased. Pitsong could hear the sarcasm in Lin Tian's words. His eyes became even colder. He stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were sharper than swords. Lin Tian didn't care. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Pitsong. "Speaking of which, I still don't know what your true form is. You kept saying ant before. Don't tell me your true form is a giant white ant. Human, don't be too presumptuous." The two demons behind Pitsong shouted. "Our young master is a descendant of the 9 Rainbow." Lin Tianwei was shocked. A descendant of the 9 Rainbow? He stared at Pitsong and narrowed his eyes. He was a bit surprised. He had seen it in the Demon Beast catalog. The 9 Rainbow was a famous ferocious bird in ancient times. It had 9 heads and strong vitality. It could swallow clouds and spit out fog. In that era, some people worshipped the 9 Rainbow as a divine bird. You have a strong background, but it's just a big bird. After roasting it, it's not even as tasty as a rabbit," he said. The two demons were furious. They clenched their fists and stared at Lin Tian. Pitsong's eyes became even colder and filled with murderous intent. "You're courting death, as if you didn't want to kill me before." Lin Tian didn't care. Pitsong's eyes were cruel. He wanted to rush to the peak, but now he stopped and stepped toward Lin Tian. Boom! His fist with gray demonic light tore through everything. Its aura was terrifying. Lin Tianling snorted. He didn't dodge and met the attack with his iron fist. When facing a ferocious enemy, he had to be more ferocious and domineering. Dong! He punched out with his silver iron fist. The space around him trembled as if a divine drum had been struck. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting again. "Tear you apart." Pitsong's silver hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were wild. "You?" Lin Tianling smiled calmly. Physical bodies collided with physical bodies, true energy and demonic light clashed. For a time the void shook. In the distance, the fog in the fallen immortal land parted, and the trapped cultivators slowly walked out. "That is desolate demon body, and that Lin Tian. That guy is actually fighting with the desolate demon physique?" Everyone's expression changed. Not long after, the crowd of cultivators became even more alarmed as they quietly watched the battle between the two. Not long ago, the desolate demon physique defeated the 10 great sects and several holy lands. No one under the immortal ascension realm could stop him. This Lin Tian can actually block the desolate demon physique? Someone's heart palpitated. That's a king physique, and he has been in the airborne realm for a long time, but Lin Tian seems to have just entered the airborne realm. Under such circumstances, he can actually... Lin Tian fought Pitsong with the desolate demon physique, and he didn't fall behind, shocking everyone. Is he really comparable to the successor of the saints of the Holy Lands? Many people were stunned. The so-called saints were the title of the strongest of the younger generation of the 2 Holy Lands, the 2 ancient families, and the heavenly demon mountain. There were only 5 such people in the second heaven, and they were the next masters of the 5 great forces. They could also be said to be the future leaders of the second heaven. They were the future giants of the second heaven. But now, Lin Tian could actually compete with a saint of the same generation. This undoubtedly made everyone's heart tremble. This guy doesn't have a king physique, nor is he from a Holy Land family. How can he be so strong? This is simply unreasonable. But why is Lin Tian having friction with the monster race? Everyone was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent, and the desolate demon Physique's eyes were cold. The two fought, and killing lights filled the sky. The void was distorted by the battle between the two, and many people were shocked and quickly retreated. These two guys are actually fighting on the barren road, and the road is blocked. Some people were annoyed. The mountain was surrounded by clouds, and there was a hall in the clouds. It could be imagined that that was the place where the master, apothecary, cultivated in seclusion. All the treasures were in that hall, and everyone wanted to go there as soon as possible. But at this moment, Lin Tian and the desolate demon Physique were fighting in the middle of the road. Fierce killing lights swept out one after another, and no one dared to go near them. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came out one after another, shaking the space. Lin Tian and Putsong fought at close range. Neither was weaker than the other, and the space was distorted and ripples were created. Such a scene made many people swallow their saliva and curse in their hearts over and over again. The collision of fists shattered the space. What kind of physical strength was this? Generally, only strong people in the immortal ascension realm had such a physical strength. Suddenly, a strange sound came out. The demon beast roared, and its momentum was very strong. Behind it, two savage beasts were pulling a green carriage, and they were rushing straight. The two savage beasts' eyes were red, and they emitted an extremely strong smell of blood. After seeing the group of cultivators, they didn't stop at all and charged straight at them. Suddenly, the group of cultivators was shocked. This is an airborne realm demon beast. An airborne realm demon beast pulling a carriage? This. Who is this person? How can he be so bold? The crowd's expression changed. Airborne realm demon beasts could already take human form, but now they were being used to pull a carriage. This was simply too shocking. The group of cultivators stared at the green carriage, and soon their expressions changed again. That green carriage has a mark. That is the mark of the anciently family. Someone cried out. Suddenly, the group of cultivators' expressions changed again, and they hurriedly retreated to make way for the carriage. The two savage beasts pulled the green carriage, and white smoke came out of their nostrils as they rushed forward. In front, Lin Tian and Putsong were fighting. Their eyes were cold, and their fists were flashing with murderous light. The two savage beasts ran, and there seemed to be a source of fire under their feet. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the area where Lin Tian and Putsong were fighting. Roar! One of the savage beast's eyes flashed with a murderous light. It roared and directly raised its front paw, stomping toward Lin Tian. With a loud bang, the void was distorted by the stomp, which was enough to show how powerful this attack was. This guy just stepped over. Is he going to crush all the people in his way? But the person being stepped on is, in the distance, someone swallowed his saliva. Lin Tianzheng and Putsong were locked in battle. However, a savage beast was stomping on him like an ant, aiming for his head. It clearly wanted to crush him to death. Lin Tianjing's eyes immediately turned cold. Without any superfluous movements, he extended his left hand and slapped the savage beast with a resounding slap. The savage beast's skin was as tough as diamond, but it was instantly slapped away, and it let out a shrill cry. Bam! The savage beast was sent flying, and the green carriage immediately lost its balance and flipped to one side. The other savage beast's expression changed when it saw this. It quickly turned its body to the side and stabilized the green carriage. After stabilizing its body, the the savage beast roared, and its eyes were full of murderous intent. That savage beast is at least at level 3 of the Zephyr Realm, but it was slapped away by one slap. I wonder who the Li family's ancient carriage is. That Lin Tian dared to attack directly. How savage. Something bad is going to happen. Many cultivators' expressions changed. At the same time, the savage beast that was stabilizing the carriage had a strange expression and transmitted its voice to the carriage. "Master, it's Lin Tian." The elders of the family mention that if we encounter Lin Tian, we should suppress him and hand him over to the Bai family to express the Li family's goodwill. There was no sound in the green carriage until 2 breaths later. The roof of the carriage broke open, and a figure walked out. It was a tall figure with shoulder-length black hair and deep eyes. He looked to be about 24 years old, and his whole body was surrounded by light, as if he was an ancient deity. As the figure walked out, the surrounding air became scorching hot, as if a blazing sun had fallen on this deserted road, making everyone's heart tremble. It's him, Li family's saint Li Guhuang. Li Guhuang, the Li family's Sun King physique. He actually came out of seclusion and came here too. 2 years ago, this person appeared once. He challenged the world like the desolate demon physique and was invincible in his generation. Even some of the older generation were afraid of him. Now that 2 years have passed, how powerful is his cultivation? I guess he's the real #1 person in his generation. After all, it's the Sun King physique. Everyone's expression changed. Li Guhuang's face was as sharp as a knife, his black hair draped over his shoulders, and his expression was indifferent. The moment he appeared, the 2 wild beasts pulling the chariot immediately bowed down. Even the heavily injured wild beast was no exception. Even though it was trembling from the pain, it still respectfully knelt on the ground. Evidently, it was welcoming Li Guhuang as he walked out of the green chariot. In the distance, Lin Tian and Putsong stopped and looked over. Lin Tian was shocked. This person's aura was so strong that even the Wuji Peak Master could not compare to him. Putsong's eyes were shining, full of wildness, as he stared at Li Guhuang. Sun King physique. As the saint of the monster clan, Putsong had heard of Li Guhuang's name. After all, they were of the same generation. Lin Tian was shocked again. Sun King physique. Among the 12 king physiques, the reincarnation physique had never appeared. Among the other 11 king physiques, the chaotic physique was the strongest and most domineering, followed by the Sun King physique and the Moon King physique. The man in front of him was actually the Sun King physique. Li Guhuang ascended to the void and glanced at Putsong in front of him. Then his eyes fell on Lin Tian, deep and indifferent. Clang! He raised his right hand, and a blazing sword appeared out of thin air, falling directly toward Lin Tian. Such a sword directly annihilated the void. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. This casual attack was comparable to the power of a supernatural power. Lin Tian's expression changed. He also felt the horror of this sword, which gave him a great sense of oppression. At the same time, his expression changed and became cold. Buzz.